Happy Saturday. How are you? Are you good? I've been scrambling. Sorry. Hi, Wade. How are you? Hype. Hi, Sophia. How you guys doing? How's everything? I don't want to say I'm out of breath, but I'm like, I'm not out of breath. I'm just a little frazzled. Like, I'm still going 5 million miles an hour. Also, I have to wash these drawing gloves. These things can get kind of nasty, especially if you use pastels. Girl. Hello. Hello. Sorry. This is my Sumiko Gurashi folder that I use for all my templates. One side is all the negative space templates, and the other side is all the positive space. I don't know. Either way. I didn't even, like... Why did I put the dimensions on this one? I usually put them on every one. I've been watching a lot of Seinfeld lately, and my, like, brain is just... Am I Kramer? Am I just Kramer, and I never knew it till now? I don't know. Maybe I'm Kramer. I don't know. Anyway, we're going to be playing catch up today, so I'm going to probably be streaming for a while. I already just planned for it. Like, it'll probably be a longer stream. I'm going to be honest. I have a lot to catch up on. This is the Devoted Dandikin devoted stream. So for anybody on my Devoted Dandikin tier, I'm a little behind on your stuff, so I'm working on it. We're going to be doing that today. Focus and work. Yeah. But also, here are the things for this month's Guardian. These are stickers. This is a sticker. These are also not what they look like in person. Maybe this is... Is that closer? They're a little bit more gold than this. This is more yellow. But in person they're more gold. Anyway, it's like a see-through fish. It's based on a Ranchu fish. They're very cute, very bulbous. As you can see, they are stickers. And this is also a sticker. This bottle part is. Haha. So... I've got these so you can stick them on this. I made like a little, I call it the Curious Collector case. And it's like a bookcase that you can stick these bottle stickers on every month. I've got it stuck up on my wall, and I'm stupid because I did not make it mobile, so I can't bring it to the stream. But there are pictures of it somewhere. And then for my Clover cards, I don't have this month's on my hand, but this is what they usually are. Little ATC size painting with some story on the back. So this month's though is a cute little scene of a tea bath. Tea bath. Are you? Oh good, Sophia, work with me. Work with me. Hi Kat, how are you? Yes! Oh, I love the little book idea. You're actually the inspiration for that post I did that has the stickers I drew around them to kind of fill in the space, and I was thinking of you the whole time I did it because you are just so smart with how you do your little collages. So what I'm going to be starting off with right now is I owe someone, one of my Dandikin, who is amazing. She is so sweet and so patient and so compassionate and so kind, and I love her to death. I don't know her personally, but she has been so gracious with me. I owe her 4 4x6s. So that's on a 11 by 14 sheet of paper. Each one's a 4 by 6. So we had decided that she loves hummingbirds, first of all. So I'm doing a little hummingbird family throughout the seasons. She wanted kind of a 4... I want to say, is there a thing that's like diptych, triptych, quadric? Anybody know? If you know what diptychs and triptychs are, is there a 4 painting one? Anyway, we're trying to do that. So there's that. But also, while I'm doing this, hi, how are you? How was your week? Are you good? Are you well? I think I might have to move this back. Oh, that's always so scary. Okay, because this way I can actually paint or draw where I want to draw. Yeah, it's pretty fun. This is probably the 4th time I've done this, but I technically stole the idea from myself, because for my tarot cards, the tarot backs are a little bird family throughout the seasons, and it's also throughout like day and night. So I've got 2 seasons at the top with day and 2 seasons at the bottom with night, and then throughout, like, it's bisected twice. So in each little quadrant, there's a little bird family. So I'm stealing the idea. I thought of it. I can steal it from myself, right? And I was smart and actually brought scissors today, because it seems like every time I stream, at some point I'll need scissors. And lo and behold, look at us now. We got scissors. So, enough about me, though. Tell me about your weeks. Your week. These were also all sketched digitally and printed out on my preferred paper. Since now this is becoming like norm for me. This is basically how I like to work now. So it's nice, because if I really screw up something, I can always go back. So this is spring and summer, winter and fall. I actually think I want to cut them out again. Hi, Isabel. How are you? Welcome. Lucian, hi. How you doing? Yeah, give me the, let's see. What was the best thing that happened to you this week? Or if nothing crazy happened, give me something that made you really happy this week. Even if it's tiny. Doesn't matter. Let's reflect on the happy things. Oh, it is. Okay, tetraptych or quadriptych? Quadriptych. Tetraptych or tetraptych? I'm gonna go with quadriptych. I like that one better. Quadriptych. Okay. Whew. Which one do I want to start with? Oh boy. I feel like doing spring. But I also feel like summer might be smart. I'm gonna have to bring up some pictures of some hummingbirds. I couldn't think of the word. I have had a little bit of caffeine today, but apparently it hasn't been enough, because I'm still kind of not with it. 2 tubes of Daniel Smith. Yeah, that's a good part of a week, I'd say. What colors did you get, Sophia? Now I want to pick a hummingbird color scheme that'll go with all these seasons. So I kind of don't want to do one that's too green. Because it'll blend in with spring and summer a lot. But the ones that build these nests are green. Oh, but there's another one that's got kind of a darker head. I could do that. Oh, I like this one too. You know, I think if I just make the greens different enough, it'd be okay. So I don't want to put a hummingbird in one of these nests that doesn't make these nests. Unless they all make it. Alright, I'm going to put hummingbird nest, and I'm going to see what they look like around the nest. Buff titanium and phthalo yellow green. Ooh. I think I know what phthalo yellow green looks like. Hell yeah. What's buff titanium though? Is that like a tannish color? What does that one look like? Oh, they're a good bit darker than the green. I can do this. I can do this fine. Yeah, this will be fine. It's not that hard. It'll just be more of a brown green than the rest. Okay. Sorry, my fingernails are just kind of bleh. Yeah, very bright, happy green. That's the kind of happy green I like. I'm not such a fan of blue greens as much as I am like yellow greens. I do really, really like yellow greens. But I guess that plays into the Clover branding junk, huh? Okay, I have all my markers way too far away from me. So what am I going to do about that? Oh, also, I got back my sculpt finally from my buddy Cloverpuff. This is not the colors it is. Hold on. Let's see if I can fix this. I might have my penciling version on. Oh no, that's worse. Oh, there we go. Oh, much better. Yeah, that's about what she is. Yeah! And my fingers don't look as screwed up either. I finally got this sculpt back. So she is missing a little piece on her front that I have to reattach. That doesn't ship well, so we take it apart. But I'm going to be selling this at one point too. But I'm also going to be doing a Patreon post about how I added all these things to it. Because it didn't have the bows, the gourd, the satchel, any of this stuff. And I used epoxy for that. So I will be doing a Patreon post about that at some point. I was hopefully going to do it this month, but man, I am running out of time again. I don't know how I keep doing that. I have no idea. Also, this is huge and it's kind of loud, so hopefully that's not too... Is that too loud? Hopefully not. Okay. Now I also need to bring up what these nests look like. But yeah, if you haven't said yet what your happiest thing that happened to you this week was, please share. I would love to talk to you about what made you happy. It's important. Cat is feeling good this week. Really feeling like myself again. Oh, good. Not feeling like yourself is the worst. Still a long way to go, and I know it's going to be a continuous thing, but feeling really good. Hey, man. That's fantastic. See? Even though it's nothing like specific that happened, it's a feeling, and you're happy about it, and I'm happy for you, because that's a big deal. On a personal note, I guess my good, bad news this week is, hopefully this isn't TMI. I don't know if it is. I got some results back from a test, and apparently I was right. I have a hormone imbalance. So that explains gaining 50 pounds for no reason, and a bunch of other things I've been going through the past 2 years. So that's good. That's a step in the right direction of figuring out what I need to fix. So I've got a doctor appointment Tuesday to go in and talk about that. So hopefully I can also start feeling like myself again and get things figured out. Because the past 2, maybe 3 years, and I think this started actually like 2016 even, because I remember things kind of getting weird around there. Some stuff happened there, and ever since then it's just things have gotten so weird. So in terms of just health and everything, so hopefully I can figure that out. And hopefully there's I'm worried there's no real treatment for it. Because, I mean, I have a good diet, I exercise. This is where the 50 pounds out of nowhere was extremely strange. And what tipped me off to kind of get tested for it, because I was like, what is happening? I eat well, I don't eat much. I'm like, 90% vegan here. So I don't have a ton of calories. What's going on? So that's when things, were like, hey, go get something checked out. So I did, and that's why. So that's fun. It feels kind of crappy just because it's like if I'm 50 pounds like heavier within two years, like I want to have earned it or at least know I could lose it if I wanted to, because it's like if I stopped it, even if I starved myself for whatever reason to try and lose weight, it wouldn't matter, because that's not the point. Like, I don't think I would even still lose weight. So since it is a hormonal thing, I have to get that figured out. It's so dumb. Hormones are so dumb. Again, weekly routines is daily routines tricky, and that has made a huge impact on your... Oh, that's so good, Kat. Routines are so important. They really keep things in line. Yeah, diagnosis really is, yeah. Well, I was happy to learn, you're right, it's a mental impact thing, but I was happy to at least learn that it wasn't in my head that all these things were happening. I think that was the other thing. I'm a speculator, and I try to pinpoint, things and trial and error and figure out what I have and all that stuff. And with all my new allergies, all my food allergies that have popped up and all these other things, everything started culminating to something. So I was like, okay, I gotta figure that out. Yeah, worse before it gets better. So the funny thing is, I know I'm gonna go into the doctor and I'm just gonna be able to rattle off all this stuff. Like, well, I've done this, I've done that, I've done this, I've done that. So hopefully we can kind of skip to the end because we know what hormones I'm lacking and which ones I'm too high with. The funny thing is, the one that actually took me by surprise is one of your hormones is cortisol. Cortisol is your stress hormone. And I was thinking mine would be through the roof, right? And I was like, that's probably where the imbalance came from. Too much stress, right? That'd be the obvious guess for me. For those of you who know what I deal with all the time, you'd be like, oh, that's gotta be it. No, my cortisol levels were real nice. Just real nice. There's a couple of the feminine specific hormones that I'm like super lacking. So anyway, this weird talking about it, I guess. Sorry. For anybody that hasn't been here before, don't worry, I don't talk about my health very often, if at all. So, I just thought it was really interesting that, I guess that is something I've got. So, if I've been weird to anybody or crass or anything like that in the past, or haven't seemed like me, that might be why. So I just wanted to put that out there. So hopefully I can get back to feeling like myself again. Because usually it's like, oh yeah, all you gotta do is eat better and exercise. But it's like, no, I eat well. I really do. I clean eat. I eat raw things all the time. Veggies, all kinds of colors, everything. I don't overeat. I don't smoke. I don't drink. I'm like a model child here. And I still have these problems. So I know it's not that. But after kind of researching it, the two that make the most sense with what hormones I had out of whack are my two best guesses are I might have PCOS, which I'm kind of banking on that, or I'm perimenopausal, which would be really weird. But it can happen. Because I'm only 36. You don't get menopause till late 40s or whatever. But who knows? Who knows? So maybe that was TMI. I don't know. But I almost feel like I owe my regulars an explanation. Just in case I've been weird at times on stream. I mean, as a streamer, you can't really help it. Like, you know, you're talking about your life a lot of the time, so divulging some info about you is almost necessary. But I am proud of myself for, I guess, managing my stress well, since that wasn't one of the bad things. With everything I've got going on, I would have really bet money on that, but no, I'm doing okay there. Oh, really, Leonardo? Well, hi. Hopefully I haven't let you down. Oh, thank you guys. Some insight on it now sometimes feels better when you know what's happening. I do, but looking it up, it looks like there's not too much I can do about it, depending on what it is. I don't know, there's a bunch of things. It could be something really serious, too, but I don't want to look at those options because I know that's just a downward spiral. If I start thinking I've got one of those things, like a what is it, like a tumor in your uterus or anything like that, I don't want to think about that. So, because that'll just make me crazy, and I don't need to be crazier than I am right now. We need to get drunk and high. Oh no, cat. I mean, if I do, it's like once a year. I don't make those things like a regular thing. I just don't have time to. I suppose when I have time to, maybe I'll have more gummies often. Maybe once a week, something like that. I don't know. But for right now, I can't even afford to. I have to be super on the ball all the time. PCOS is very common. Yeah, I've seen it said like 10% of women, something like that. I don't remember what the thing was, but it did seem kind of common. Then your streams are way too much information. Oh no, cat, whatever. What's my favorite medium to work with? That's tough. I think at this point I'm starting to like marker and watercolor pretty even. They both have their pluses, so I don't know. It depends on the day, but I'd say it's between those two, really. Yeah. I mean, primarily those are what I work with normally anyway, but yeah. Hard. So leaf buds are actually really kind of intricate to draw. They have little red nubs on the ends. Because they go like, they're like red lined, and then they have like a splash of yellow green and then blue green around the bottom. So, what's your favorite, Leo? So I want to get, do I want to do that first? Maybe I'll do that first. Yeah, sorry if y'all want to change the topic. Sorry about that. But I also thought it was important to talk about, in case anybody here is going through that and you think you have something. You could also try an Everlywell test. Those work pretty well. I've done those in the past. Just to know if something's really off, and then obviously go make an appointment with your doctor. But I finally have some state insurance, so I can use that. But colored pencils, damn, you got some patience to be able to use the colored pencils. You know, and speaking of colored pencils, maybe I'll do this rim color with a colored pencil. Actually, good point. So we'll do that. But yeah, if anybody else has that issue, please do something about it. It's important. And even if you don't have insurance, there are ways. And if you need help understanding how to do it, I can tell you how I've done it. But it's important if you're feeling like you've got a hormone imbalance or something to get it checked out. I'll let you guys know what happens with that. Like I said, I'm going Tuesday, so next Saturday I'll be able to tell you. I've got another doctor's appointment for something else unrelated too. But I'll talk about that another time as well. I haven't been to the doctor in like a decade, so. I've been to the dentist and the eye doctor way more than I've been to the doctor. These are Prismacolors. It was kind of funny. I found out they're only US markers by when I went to England and I went in an art store and I asked for them and they looked at me and were like, "Excuse me? What do you mean? We don't have those." And they looked offended. I was like, "I'm sorry." I was just wondering if you had these, and they're like, "No, we have Copics, but we don't have those." So I guess Prismacolors are just US markers available in the US. But I prefer them to Copics because Copics are great in terms of, you know, what they are and stuff. They stink like high hell though. They are smelly markers. These are less smelly, and I actually like their shape better than Copics. I'm not a fan of the fact Copics are, like, I use Copics too, but only for certain things. But see how these are like more oblong or like a rounded rectangle look, and these are cylindrical? I prefer the cylinder. The other one is just, it's harder to hold. Best friend to go private, and she was able to see a specialist in 2 weeks instead of 18-month wait, and she's now diagnosed on the way to get help. Oh, good. Well, I'm happy she's gonna soon be happy. That's important. Thank you, Isabel. I appreciate that. I really do. It's funny, I always worry so much about other people's health and not enough about my own. So I'm happy I'm kind of already making that a little bit better. Because I've always usually been pretty good about, you know, knowing what's wrong with my health. And like I said, since I'm basically really healthy, normally, minus this whole hormone thing. But that I'm gonna blame, actually, I'm pretty sure I know how this is gonna play out. Like, I was on the pill, like birth control, since I was 16, and I went off and on a few times, and I will bet you anything that's gonna be one of the major factors to why I'm out of whack. And changing brands and everything, just sending your body into all kinds of disorder, causes disorders. But we'll find out. I just have this feeling that's part of it. Oh, you can get Prismas in Canada? Oh, good. So maybe it's just a North American thing? I just know they didn't have any overseas when I was looking for them. And everybody looked at me like I was crazy. It's totally true, Kat. It's totally true. Yeah, that's crazy. So, okay, you've got it in Canada. So maybe it's just, like, other places that don't have it. Unless it's finally gone global. I guess I haven't even checked. Maybe they finally started shipping elsewhere. Yeah, I have a lot of Canadians in my chat, don't I? You guys, how'd you find me? All the Canadians find me. That's so cute. Oh, speaking of Canada, did all of you see Turning Red then? Since it's more of a Canadian movie, I'll say. I'm curious how you feel about your area being portrayed. Is it good? Did they do a good job? I need to see a hummingbird egg. I need to know if it's white or speckled or what. Oh, they're just white. Cute. Oh my gosh. Adorable. But Kat, haven't you lived there for a while now? Like, when do you think you'll feel more Canadian? I wonder. Oh, really, Sophia? You gotta give it I guess, a watch when, you know, you've got space between them, because going from a full-blown musical to that would be kind of jarring, I think. But if you haven't watched anything and then you watch it, it's adorable. It's pretty good. Maybe let's do a warm color for this. That's not warm enough. French in Canada, so not sure I can say either. An English in Canada and a French in Canada. Sophia, are you Canadian then? 100% born there, everything? Let's see. Oh, cute. Well, I don't see why not. Why can't you have multiple homes then, huh? Why not? This is going to be a weird question, but I totally want to ask it. As Canadians, you have to do taxes, right? Like just federal taxes? How is that for you? How do you do that? Like, I want to know if your process is similar to the US. Like, I'm sure you have to do taxes. Oh, cool, Sophia. Okay. Provincial? Like provinces? Oh, I suppose that's like state taxes here. Okay, that makes sense. File them each year. Okay, so it is similar to us. Got it. Yeah. Does anybody know the difference between what makes something a province versus a state? So, like, why does Canada have provinces and not states? What's the difference? Oh, you guys have something called a T4. I think your T4 might be the equivalent to a 1044 here. I think that's what people's normal jobs get, 1044s. I could see that. Be different. I wonder if there is much of a difference though. Maybe it's that they're bigger than states. I'm pretty sure your provinces are a lot larger in size than a state, right? Like, at least on a map they look bigger. Maybe the map's just wrong. I'm not shining in my geography skills at the moment. That's okay. A lot of space, but not a lot of people. Interesting. That sounds like Alaska. Maybe all of Canada is just like Alaska. A lot of space, not a lot of people. I mean, Alaska is basically in Canada. Which makes me wonder, on the border of Alaska and Canada, is there like a border patrol thing? Do they have that for that? Uninhabitable. That makes sense too. I could see that. Kind of like Siberia, I guess. Is it just uninhabitable because no one's there and there's not like, you know, means to be there, or is it just that it hasn't been settled? Like there's no resources, I guess. Why is it funny? What happens? Oh, I'm so curious. I don't know why this is so interesting to me. It's like Canada still has like discoverable terrain or something. I don't know, it sounds crazy to me. Get a little bit of some darker green in here. I'm learning a lot today. Thank you, everyone. Like, there's a lot I did not know about Canada. A little building? Oh my god, cute. Provinces and states usually have different types of administrative powers. Not sure. That makes sense. Actually, I could see that. Like instead of senators and representatives and stuff, something completely different. US border stuff in Vancouver before you get on the cruise, but then if you do an excursion to the Yukon, then there's this little hut where you show your passport. It was so cute. Oh my god. Oh, I love that. Cute. Oh my gosh. A little hut. Little border hut. Is it just like one little person in there? Like maybe an old man who's just like, how are you doing? Welcome to the Yukon. Oh my god. Don't you guys actually have Mounties too? Like the dudes in red with the hats? Those are real, right? How come we don't have anything like that? Like, Canadians have that. The British have the fuzzy hat guys. How come America doesn't have anything cool like that? We just have people with guns and fatigues. That's not fun. That's not historical. America needs to loosen up. We need more things like, I don't know, more cute things like Japan. Oh, they're real. Normal folks just get the police. But the Mounties, what are the Mounties then? Are they just like mountain police? Or are they like rangers? Actually, maybe they're the equivalent to our rangers, now that I think about it. But aren't rangers just wear like normal hats and, I don't know, a vest or something? Maybe a windbreaker? I don't know. Federal police? Oh. I see. I guess that would make sense. Okay, what color are these nests? They're like a really pale green. Oh. Let's do some sunlit stuff first. RCMPs, that's what our police are called. They don't dress with the hats, just normal garb. Oh. RCMP, so that must be Royal Canada Military Police? Maybe Royal, or maybe Rural Canada Military Police? Getting in depth with the little buds. Thank you. Oh, I could see that cat. Parades. Royal Canadian Mounted Police. I see. Oh, hi, Kristen. How you doing? I'm doing okay. I found out that I have a hormone imbalance this week. So I have to go to the doctor next week. Other than that, I'm okay. But then what is okay? Afrocalypse? Apocalypse? Afrocalypse. There we go. Afrocalypse. Hi. How are you? Yeah, they used to ride horses. No horses anymore? You're pretty good, Kristen. That's good. I am happy for you. And I did see Turning Red last weekend, per your suggestion, because you had said it was good, so Gabe and I watched it while we worked. And you're right, it was adorable. This is just the flats on these, so I'm working on things I owe patrons and stuff, because I'm just trying to go through everything I owe everybody. I have to do... God. Maybe I should count it. I'm behind on all my Dandikin stuff. So I owe people 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 26 things. But these will knock out 4 of them, so that's what we're doing today. We're doing this set today for this person. So then we'll only be, what, down to 22? And that's not counting my pet portraits. gotta do what you gotta do to make money. Furries to the princess lineup? What do you mean? For the most part, yeah, these are little ones. They're either 2x3, 4x6, except 3 of them are 8x10s. Because the people saved up. So, for the most part, they're 4x6s though. I have this nifty little spreadsheet I made. I'll show you, but I'm gonna try to hide the names. So, I've got, oh my god, you can't even see that. Hold on. Yeah. So you can see here, the ones in green are the ones I've done. And then I have all these different in progress or notes or other things. But the ones that are taking up 2 slots, those are 4x6s. And then the ones that are like 1 slot, those are 2x3s. So I have spreadsheets for everything. Spreadsheets. Oh, does she count as a princess though? Malin? I don't think she does. But I guess they'd have to showcase her somehow, huh? I guess. Oh, let me see if this blends. If this blends, I'll use it. Yeah, I wonder if they're even gonna have really any princesses anymore. That's a good point, Sophia. Like, are they even gonna go the princess route anymore, or is just any main female character the new princess? Yeah, their built-in system's kind of messed up. The only thing that really sucks about Patreon is if somebody moves, it does not tell you. It does not alert you when they change their address. So, and so a lot of the time people forget to even change their address when they move, which sucks. But I really wish they'd be like, okay, this patron changed their shipping address. And it'd be like, okay, thank you, because then I can update my spreadsheets. Because I have people like multi-tier things, so they're combining tiers and things like that, and I need to know when they move. A lot of my rewards are shipped, so you know, I need to know these things. And for me to go through their actual UI and double check everyone's, no, that would, oh my god, that would take forever. It would at least take 2 or 3 hours just to go through to double check, and I don't have that kind of time to do that. It's ridiculous. Ridiculous. Do I want to make them the ones with the white or the red throat? I feel like the red throat would be cuter. Cavendish, hi! Thank you for the sub, Cavendish. How you doing? How you been? Yeah, I did it. Oh, I did it. I let them have it. They also have a nice little suggestion box at the lower left of the website. I don't know how often they look at it, but it's nice they have it there. I wish other sites would have that, but yeah, I definitely put that in a couple times. Yeah, the one thing they added in the last year that really didn't do much was the benefits tracking. That was useless. I have never used that. That's the thing where it's like you'd say what things each tier gets and they make you a checklist to use. I don't use that. I don't use that at all. It was ridiculous. So useless. guess if they're all kind of green, that's okay. They have these, I can't tell if these are green too. Oh, it is kind of, okay. Yeah, it's so messy. I would honestly be willing to bet like 80% of the people that have a Patreon have their own spreadsheets. I don't feel like there's any way you can really use theirs. Okay, so spring. Summer's gonna be very blue sky. But maybe spring should be more... Or maybe spring should be blue. Maybe it should be raining. That would be too bad, because April showers, Mayflowers, and all that stuff. I don't want to do it too blue though. I might just do it with pastel later. No, I didn't see a live streaming option. Where was that? Oh my god, though. Their lens thing is so bugged. Like, it actually, I was writing messages to people in the app today and it kept crashing. So I had to actually write my messages, because they were pretty long, to the patrons in emails, Gmail, because it, you know, it saves your draft as you're writing it. So I do them in Gmail, select all, copy, and then I'd have to paste them into Patreon's Messenger app, because otherwise it completely just restarts the app. It's ridiculous. So do I do... Okay, so raining makes sense. But they don't have their little... They don't have their canopy yet. Or maybe it should be sunny. Because I'm thinking summer should maybe be blue sky. I was also thinking of adding a sun in here. Just so I could have like some sort of thing. Yeah, I have to tone this down too. That's a little bit too crazy. Oh, weird. Well, I do have unlisted videos on YouTube already. So like, what you can do is you can upload any kind of video or do a live stream, and then you save that as unlisted, you copy that link, and then in Patreon posts you can paste it as the video. And so you can track all the analytics on it and everything, but it is unlisted and only patrons get that. I do that every month for a lot of my time lapses and stuff, since I only want patrons to be able to see them. But I didn't know, I'd be too afraid to use their live streaming. With knowing how buggy their app is, I don't trust it, honestly. I feel kind of bad I don't trust it, but yeah, I would not give that a go. Yeah, I don't trust them. I'm very grateful for Patreon, but at the same time, they need to get their shit together. Otter Gentleman, thank you for the follow. I also actually changed my Ko-fi account, K-O-F-I Coffee, into kind of being like a Patreon too. So if anybody prefers Ko-fi over Patreon, you can join my stuff through there. I haven't put up my physical rewards there yet though, just my digital, but yeah, but even Ko-fi has some stuff that isn't quite up to speed with Patreon. And Gabe actually showed me this other one. God, there's so many. that's called Review, and it hooks up to your Twitter account, and you can do newsletters and stuff. So I've also got my digital Patreon awards there as well, so if anybody wanted to, it's all the same price, it just wherever you are and whatever you prefer, you know. But you can see that on my Twitter. That's an option too. Again, that one doesn't have any physical rewards yet though. But it's kind of pulling teeth sometimes to get people to even know what Patreon is. It's still somewhat unknown, unless you're somebody who already does and gives to patrons, you know? It's hard to message, but anyway. Let's go, I guess, with yellow. But I think I might end up doing it with pastels. I'm gonna do the background of this one with pastels. But I am still gonna put in a sun, I think. Right now I kind of wish I had a quarter. Then I could trace it to make sure it's the same on all of them. So this is where the sun's gonna be. I'm just putting it out here so it's there. Alright. So these are the flats for this one. I would like to do, actually, I think the winter one would be nice right now. Let's do the winter one. Yeah, I want to offer everything that's on Patreon and Ko-fi too, but I think I'm gonna have to work up to doing that. Just because it's like I'm afraid of getting more people, but I'm also not. But I want to make sure I have the time just in case I do get more people. I got very lucky this month. I got a few new people on, and I really needed it, so I'm happy about that. But more people means more work, which is good and bad. So we'll see. Oh, thank you, Eb. How are you? Welcome. Right now I'm doing a few different things here. This little hummingbird family, we're going through all the different seasons. So this is for one of my patrons. So I owe her quite a bit. So we'll see how this goes. But it's nice she let me keep all of them for one giant like package that I can send her, because then I can actually have them next to each other and make sure they all match. It's a lot harder when I'm doing a series like this for somebody and they want them as I finish them, because then I can't kind of, you know, line them up and see how they work together. And doing a scan is okay, but it's not the same thing. So, you know, electronic colors, and even if you print it out, you don't know if it's the same. So, Dog Attack, thank you for the follow. Welcome. I'm well, Crafting. I'm well. How are you? How's your Saturday? How's your week? I'm doing a longer stream today to get through some of these, and if I finish these ones to a point that, you know, I can kind of polish them up, I'm gonna go on to the next couple I've got. So I did, yeah. That was because people kept rating me. I always feel guilty if I get rated before I end. And Sophia, I'm sure you know this feeling. When you get rated right when you're about to end and you're like, nah, these people showed up, I owe them something. You know, so you keep streaming, and then when you're about to end the next time, then you get rated again. I love it, it's fine. I'm cool with it. As long as I'm still working, I don't mind at all. Just gotta get stuff done. Is it? I didn't even know it was an actual rule. That's crazy. Oh yeah, go for it, cat. I'll be here. I'll be here. Yeah, it really does restart the clock. That's a good point. I do plan on having at least a little break somewhere in there too, like so I can have a little meal. I planned ahead though today, and I ate a nice breakfast. It was more like a lunch because of the time, but I had a big meal this time instead of planning my big meal for the night. Honestly, I've been rearranging my food schedule too. So my bigger meals are earlier in the day, so that once I get closer to going to bed, I don't have like any food in my belly and it helps me sleep. I have tea and stuff before bed, but no food. Oh, did I get it? Is that all the snow? Oh, there needs to be a little bit more snow. Maybe some here. Yeah, that'll work. What type of paper am I using? Hi, Otter. I am using Strathmore mixed media paper, and it is toned. It's got the hands on the cover that have a little bouquet, but it's tone tan mixed media, and it's really, it's like cardstock. Make sure you don't get the one with the cowboy on the front. That's if you're using marker. If you're using marker, that one is not sufficient. It is too porous, and it'll just suck up all the pigment from your markers. It'll just kill them. So make sure if you're ever shopping for marker paper, you want something that's super dense, non-porous, smooth, and it should be fine. But the one with the cowboy on the front, that one is not good for marker. Yeah, it's pretty thin paper, the cowboy one. Yeah, it's not good. It's fine for dry media, like if you're using charcoal or graphite, you'll be fine with that. That should work all right. Or colored pencil, anything like that. Should be good. Let's make this a brown nest in the winter. I have used it. Yeah, actually I started off... Do you remember, Sophia? You were around for this when I had my my scare for my sketchbooks. I think it was 2018? No, 2017. Dale Rowney stopped making my sketchbooks that I was using for all my commissions, and I started freaking out because then I knew it was gonna be like finite. All the paper I had from then on was just finite. It's really scary when your favorite supplies, you know, they're gonna run out at some point because they've stopped being made. So I had to kind of scramble to find a new suitable paper. So I tried various different toned papers that, you know, I used with markers. Oh, crafting! Thank you for the pledge! Please remember, if you do pledge on my Patreon, that if you're overseas or not in the US, that you add on one more dollar. It's for shipping. Just because the stamps are like $1 more. So if you're doing Clover cards, $4 becomes $5, and then if you're doing Curious Collectors, the 6 turns to 7. So if you've already done that, you can always edit it to add on that extra thing. But let me see. So you'll be getting these cards here that have, not this one specifically, this one was for November, but they have my paintings on them or my drawings, and on the back they have a full little story about it. And it says, you know, when it was made and all that. Sometimes you'll get old art, sometimes you'll get new art. The one for this month, Kat actually in the chat has the original, and it's pretty. I like that one a lot. Let me see if I can bring it up. Just so there's some semblance. Yeah. This one. Well, thank you, Crafting. So these are also things I don't sell back versions of. So signing up and staying on, if you really enjoy my work, this is the only way to really get these. And then every 3 months is a special kind of card. And I can show that in the chat as well. I've got a specific picture of that. Yeah, so the second photo in this, Kat is wonderful. It's true. I love Kat. She's great. So those are the Clover cards, and then this month for the Curious Collector tier are these stickers. They're a lot more vibrant in person. I don't know if this, you can see that is better, but they're a little blown out in the camera. And then this is sticker 2. So these are all stickers. And this one you can put on your Curious Collector case if you've got it. But these come with lore and kind of a horoscope type thing. But that's monthly too. So you get some stickers and some story. Thank you, Otter. Thank you so much, Crafting, for signing up. Oh, you're in New York. Cool. Oh, good. Oh, good. That makes it easy. Oh, you hate when you get a bleed into another page? Yeah, and this doesn't have that. Like, you don't. You don't. The only thing is these sketchbooks don't have like bound pages. I haven't found any that have like a spiral bound or anything. They're perfect bound. So you can't really, I guess, sketch in them. Everything I make I basically sell, so if the pages fall out, I'm okay with that. But if you're somebody who likes to kind of keep all of them, maybe start a folder or something. Sometimes you do, Sophia. So depending on how much time I have that month, like this month I did the bigger stickers. So these are pretty big. These are each about 2 to 3 inches, somewhere in there. So sometimes you'll get 1 set of big stickers or 2 sets of little stickers. It depends. It depends. Thank you, Crafting. No worries, Sophia. That's one of those things where it's kind of dependent on the month, so don't feel bad about that. Hi, Box. I hope you have too. Oh, don't feel bad for running late. I mean, these things are always recorded too on both YouTube and Twitch, so I am live on YouTube as well right now, so if anybody prefers that over Twitch, that's an option. But yeah, they're recorded, so if you end up missing one, you can always go watch it if you are curious to. Otherwise, yeah. Don't feel bad though. You got a life, you go live it. I will never be hurt if, you know, somebody's not here. You're out living your life, you do your thing. Gotta do what you gotta do. The other thing about the stickers is it depends on kind of how I can lay them out for my Cricut. Sometimes doing them bigger actually is easier than doing them smaller. It's weird. It's like a culmination of a few things, how I decide to do them each month. The middle distance? Oh, like of half sleep, half not sleep, that area? Oh, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. This is gonna be tough. I don't know exactly what I want to do about the leaf, because technically the leaf shouldn't be there because it's winter and it should have fallen with the other leaves. But I think I'll just make the whole thing kind of, I don't know, like it's still a dead leaf, but maybe by spring it's gone. I just like the idea that it stayed on and protected them from the snow. Even though it's not consistent, I know. And yes, it bothers me, but what are you gonna do? So this is the first stage I usually do in my marker pieces, is the flat stage, which is similar to flats like with comics. You basically lay down all the colors, maybe a little bit of the rendering, but it's by no means like the final anything. And then after that I'll render it, which means I'll put in like the values, highlights, shadows, and then I go over it again at the end with some pastels to actually pop it out. I don't use markers how markers are traditionally used, which is usually just blending a bunch of colors together. I don't want to have that many markers. That would take a lot of markers. I do not want that many markers. I wanted their green to kind of fade depending on what season it is. So I mean, I think I can kind of get that effect. Like more of a winter green instead of a sunny, warm green. I think I'll desaturate them too. But again, that can't all be done right now. Do what I can. Do what I can. That's kind of my motto now. Do what I can. Usually the white goes on their eyes, and then and then they have some. I'm taking some artistic liberties here just for the sake of composition and such, because they should be like these colors, but since it's winter, it would be a little bit jarring if they were. Plus, the surrounding colors would affect how they look. So. Oh, I used to do that. I used to do the buttons thing. I did buttons and I did magnets when I was first doing these things. So I'll show you real quick what they used to be like in the Guardian sets. So a good example would be probably my Bunbury. You can see over on the right that, oh, that's a horrible link. On the right there is a magnet. I would make magnets and buttons that had this little laminated bottle top that I would glue on them, so it looked like you caught a little creature in a bottle. I still miss doing that, and I would really like to do that again someday. But until I have more time, I won't be able to. I need a blender, but I don't have one. Maybe I do. No, I think my husband stole my blender. Oh, Gabe. Oh, Gabe. That's okay. That's okay. Thank you, Isabel. Our maple is just dropping the last couple of leaves. Really? Okay. So it's not unheard of that leaves stay there. They don't all fall, right? Thank you. Yeah, so it used to be really fun, and I'd let people choose if they wanted a button or a magnet, because there are button and magnet people. Some people like one versus the other. And so that was really fun. But at the same time, it was a lot of work. I would say it was a good 3 hours to do 50 of them. I think I had 50 at the time. So it was a thing. Let me make sure I get the sun in here. It's gonna be back there. Do I want it to be the same? Yeah, screw it. I'm gonna just go over it. And I'll pop out that snow later with some white. I'm not too worried. If anything, it'll make everything look softer. I know markers look like they can be messy, but they kind of blend on their own. And even if they don't, I can blend them a bit more on my own. And they lighten up. So they'll kind of fade into the back. You'll see. A little like watercolor. Like you can kind of tell how it's gonna look, but at the same time, like, there was some sticker paper. There was a big no-no for you. I was pretty lucky in that I found the kind of sticker paper I wanted right away. We went for a vinyl sticker paper at first, and that ended up being overkill. It was way too durable, and it was for expensive stickers. Printable vinyl stickers were really nice, but now we use those for stickers we've got that are really big, like decals. But then the second paper I tried was basically fine. I had looked up, when I first got my Cricut, a bunch of videos on how to do it, and since then I've learned a lot of tricks on my own, which honestly I should think about doing a video about it, because I think it could really help people. Like one of the tricks is to pretend you're going to print it through Cricut's program, but Cricut's, it's so buggy that you have to, like, I save it as a print file from the print screen, and then I bring it into Photoshop, and that way I can easily print it out and change things using my typical print dialog instead of Cricut's, because Cricut's is like, it doesn't even let you choose paper type. It's really weird. So I usually do it that way, but I feel like that could help people. But yeah, basically right away I found the right kind of paper. Yeah, the program's awful. So I already gave you a link to the paper, didn't I, Isabel? Or have I not yet? It's pretty nice. When you open up the dialog in the lower, say when you're gonna print it, you know, when it gives you the option and it's like choose paper type and stuff, and you say send to printer, but then unclick the bleed option, click the open system dialog. Once you get that, it's usually behind the main Cricut program. Move that aside, look at the main print dialog, then in the lower left it says like PDF, open that drop down, and it says save or open in preview, or save as a PDF, or save as whatever, and you can save it out that way. And then it's actually formatted for the Cricut, so you can just print it from Photoshop and use your actual Photoshop print settings and print profiles too. That's important as well. And then you can just put it on Cricut and it works. It's pretty nice. Yeah, no, vinyl is it's too much for what I do every month, but it's great for selling like nice stickers. Yeah, you can save it as a PDF. I mean, it depends on, what you'd like it as. I usually open them in, it says open in preview, which on a Mac, it's kind of the quick view thing. And then I just save it out as a high resolution JPEG, just because I don't have enough room on my computer for TIFFs and pings all the time. But since it's something that I have the source file for, I don't save it out as a giant file. So I just do a 300 dpi JPEG and you're good. You should be fine. But yeah, then it'll save it with all the lines and everything. Yeah, PDFs are too hard to open and use in Photoshop anyway. I only save out as PDFs. I never open and mess with PDFs in Photoshop because it's a headache. Yep, exactly. You get to use your print profile, you get to use your paper settings, you get to use all your dimensions, everything. It's so much better. Yep. Print shipping labels and without fail labels always turn a different direction on the page. Yeah, it's supposed to work a certain way. If you do a lot of shipping labels, think about getting a thermal printer if you haven't. We have one. It prints everything as 4x6s, and it's automatic, and it does everything itself. It's fantastic. It paid for itself already. It's great too because it doesn't use ink. Since thermal printers, they just use heat on thermal paper to translate it to be ink looking, But yeah, it's definitely worth it. If you're gonna start shipping a lot of stuff, that's the way to do it. All right, this one's basically ready. Oh, no, don't do that. That depends. Otter, that depends. CMYK and RGB are very dependent on if you're making a digital only piece or if you've scanned something in. If you've scanned something in, then it's RGB converted to CMYK already, and you should be able to print it fine. But if you're making something that's solely made 100% on digital, you'll want to make it usually CMYK. Otherwise, you're going to have some wonkiness when you go from that to printing. But yeah, for the most part, you're right. It can get really wonky, especially if you start making books. Once you start making books, it gets even weirder because some print companies have made it so you don't need to do CMYK, and so you can just do RGB, and you don't even have to mess with that. So you really have to work with your print company to know which ones do it and which ones don't. It's a whole headache. It can be crazy. Oh, hi, Beth. Oh, I'm glad you got to join me. Thank you for coming. Yeah. So, Isabel, if you were scanning them and printing them, then they're fine the way they are. Don't change, their mode. But if you're doing something digital that you for sure want to make pretty, I guess, true to your piece, you'll want to make it from scratch in CMYK. Honestly, though, I never stress too much about it. I just trial and error things a bit more and use adjustment layers on top of whatever my piece is. When I do start printing them, I'm kind of bad about that. Just in case it does print wonky, I'll be like, I need to adjust a few things and they'll be fine. So, it's, yeah. Please do a video on the stickers. Yeah, I could look into doing that. It just depends on how much time I have. I have 40 portraits still to do. But a live painting, nice! Feel free to share it if you've got it. A P.O. box in my hometown is $100 a year. It's $200 to $300 a month here. Yikes! I learned that's because of how big a city is. I would almost assume that like downtown Chicago P.O. boxes are like $1,000 a month or something. In this place that I am right now, it's like $80. Not even. I think it might have been 60. And the place I was before, it was like $150, and it was a bigger city than this. This is way more rural, so I think it depends on that. Yeah, I adjusted my programs too. Well, the video about stickers, though, it'll depend highly on people owning a Cricut. So I'm a little hesitant on that because I think it's kind of niche, but at the same time, maybe it's not. I don't know. If you guys think it's a good idea, I could give it a go. A self-storage unit, jeez. That is expensive. Okay, so got, want to make sure this is kind of similar to this one, but not crazy similar. Got a couple references up. Yeah, storage units are crazy expensive. That always surprises me. Oh, you got a video? Is it the whole stream, Beth? Is that what the link's for? I might have to bring it up and just watch it later, but... Oh, that's okay. Don't worry about it. You know, if you ever want to show people a video and have it be more like a time-lapse from Twitch, in the lower right with the settings, you can go to speed, and then you can put it up to 2 times, and then it's kind of like a time-lapse. But... Oh, you did architecture. Nice. Oh, I love painting architecture. It's so much fun. I like all the blues you used, Beth, and I love that tree in the foreground. That's very pretty. Is that a place near you? Like in your neighborhood? Yeah, you're welcome. It's just a quick workaround if you're telling somebody, you know, I have got one of my Twitch videos up. You can just kind of time-lapse it quickly. It's not as fast as an actual time-lapse, but like I said, it's okay for what it is. It's nothing crazy. I want to do these all as gold. Do a couple as that, a couple as orange. Oh, it's in France. Nice. Well, it's beautiful. I have a whole book on like rural French architecture. It's freaking beautiful. Love it. I don't want to do too red. That's like too red. Oh, absolutely. I'm with you, Otter. Typically on my streams I'm doing watercolor. Like last week We did a fun watercolor. Actually, last week was really cool because we did I think that was the group one, right? We all did kind of a group painting together. So this was last week's for anybody that's interested. I'd like to do it again. I don't think we had too many people participate, but I think if we kind of made it a regular thing, maybe more would join in. I don't know. But it was really nice because we had a few of us that were all painting and working on the same piece. So I agree, Beth. Yeah, I think one of those things that I would just hate doing is doing anything modern. I don't like painting or drawing anything modern. It's soul sucking. There's just nothing neat about it. Oh, did you? Oh, thank you. Well, you can actually get that coloring page still on our Discord. So I do like that people jump in to grab it, so I'll get you the link to it in a second. So if you want to just jump in and get it, you can. Here, hold on. I also gave it to my patrons too. So if anybody is patron, I think at any tier, I think it was. I just put that out. Let's see. Here, I'll just stick it in here because it's easier right now. But that's the link to the line art. All I ask is that if you post it online to tag me and maybe use the hashtag that I've got here, I will post the link to the actual Discord one too. It'd be awesome if you could jump in the Discord and check that out, but it's got more details on if you do post it. It'd be great if you could use certain things, but I love seeing them, and I will post them. I will post them to my stories. Make sure you get a shout out. But yeah, I like using both marker and watercolor. You'd be surprised how similar they are. And just the whole, they're darker when they're wet, you know, not exactly knowing how they're gonna affect things. Granted, I do use markers differently than they're kind of designed to be used, but, you know, who cares, right? Use what you like to use. However you use it. It's art for a reason. So, however you want to do it. There are best practices when it comes to using certain mediums, sure, but ultimately the best practice is the one that you enjoy doing. So, if anybody tries to get on your case about, oh, you're using that wrong, just be like, so? This is art, fool. You're supposed to do it however you want to, you know? There's this big honkin' leaf here, and I don't know what color I really want to do it. Maybe I'll do it yellow. These are Prismacolor markers. I like these a little bit better than Copics because they don't stink as bad and they have a better shape in my hand than Copics do. Copics are a little bit too oblong for me. They're fine markers and they are kind of stinky, but I don't know. I like my Prismas. Though if you look at all my markers, I've got probably 25% Copics. But really, if I run out of a Prisma and I don't have a backup, I'll try to find the Copic equivalent and just swap it out. I'm not too crazy about having to use one versus the other. But today I'm trying to catch up on some pieces that I owe some people on my Patreon, so is that, Sophia? Chows? Coyotes? I don't know what that is. I also started using these markers that Serenity in the chat had suggested, and I think they're called Ohuhu, OHUHU, something like that. And those work good too. Just another alcohol-based marker. Honestly, you can't really go wrong with alcohol-based. It's just don't mix alcohol-based with water-based. That's the only rule, really. But I mean, if you like the effect that mixing them gives, cool. If you don't, obviously don't mix them then. Because I mean, it's basically like you're gonna get a wall. They don't blend because it's water and alcohol. Oh my word. Big link. Hold on. It's okay. Oh, those are so tiny though. Oh, they look like Sharpies. I wonder how big they are. Are they actually round or are they square? Sophia, these might be square. Yeah, I think they're square. Or maybe not. No, they're round. Weird. I'd never heard of those. Maybe I'll have to try those then. I had no idea. Yeah, the Ohuhu were nice. They're cheaper and they were fine. They worked fine. There's nothing wrong with them. Like I said though, it's kind of like it's whatever. There's not a huge difference in markers except for like blendability, scent, and the feeling in your hand, and that's just all gonna kind of be personal preference. Depending on how you use them. Like I don't even need mine to blend well with the way I use them, so it's kind of whatever for me, but somebody else might need them to blend better, you know. So depending on what you need them for, you know, a different brand might be better. Totally up to you though. I really love water-based markers, but I use them for very specific things. I don't usually use them on my client work at all, or my, you know, things I owe people like commissions and things, because they're more of a sketch marker for me. So I don't go too crazy on that. That's why there's this one story I did that I just used those. I just used water-based and it worked great. It was basically like using, you know, multiply brush in Photoshop. I loved it. It was great. 10 out of 10. And if you're really strapped for cash, just get some Crayola. Crayola markers are water-based and honestly they blend really nicely. I put up a story about it a little while ago. It blew me away. It was crazy. They work fine. Just fine. Oh, there are 4. Gotcha, Sophia. Oh, I was gonna say, Kristen. I was like, oh my gosh, Mike started doing art? Crazy. Let's see what she did. Oh my goodness. Kristen, I love the ears. Love, love, love the ears. You know what would be so cute with this one? If she had some bows on the ears, like around them, and then like the loose parts of the bows came down either halfway to her ears or like all the way down, so that she's got these really long ribbons too. Oh my god, this is so cute. Also, I really love that purple fabric. That is gorgeous. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna put a message, like here's a link to it if anybody else wants to see it. That's so cute. Tiger Tiger? I have never heard of that. Tiger Tiger that's the brand? Oh my god. Kristen, I want to draw this real quick. Okay, so you've got this really cute bunny. Let's see if I've got a... Do I have a black anything? Come on. Jeez. Okay, so you've got this cute bunny, right? You've got the eyes. And then you've got the ears all the way up there. And then they kind of come down. I think this is around the ratio. If she had like cute little bows here, and then like these like little hair bows like that. Oh my god, that would be so cute. Obviously more around the ear than I've got here, but I think it would really, I don't know, make it really cute. It is already really cute though. You can't ruin that it's already cute, but you know, something like that. Oh my god. It would be so cute. So anime. Oh, dollar store cute. I love that. A furry meetup today, Cavendish? How's it going? How's the weather? Tiger Tiger. I wonder why it's called Tiger Tiger. I wonder if there's like a story behind that. Okay. So I want it to be a little bit brighter than this one. Let's go back to using the sand, and then I'm gonna kind of transition to this color, but I want it to have, let's try it, let's see how it looks. Because if she's gonna have these next to each other, I want them to at least kind of look similar, you know? Has anybody got anything fun going on this weekend? Anything they're looking forward to? Anything that they did this week that was cool? Alright, I'm gonna let that dry before I continue, because you don't know. You don't know what's gonna happen yet. So that's spring, that's winter, so I'm gonna do kind of an in-between of these two. Okay, let's do a little bit more of this color than the other color, but kind of do both. It makes you think of the poem. Maybe it is based off the poem. 3 new patterns. Nice. A medium bear, a lamb, and a bunny. Oh, I want to see the lamb, Kristen. Oh, I'm excited to see the lamb. Your bears are cute though, too. Seriously. You have been busy. I'm proud of you. You getting your groove back? Is it the feeling of spring? Making you want to make stuff? The markers are rocking. Hey man, I'm with you. Some kids' supplies are serious business. Like Crayola, I'm gonna be honest, those are pretty good water-based markers. Like you can get some good effects from that. You don't have to be crazy good to use certain things. Remember, it's the artist that makes the tools, right? Not the tools that make the artist. This is a perfect example. Those markers are just, they work fine. There's nothing wrong with them. I mean, water-based are good for kids just because they come out of stuff, but I mean, I don't think there's too much of a difference between water-based for kids and water-based for adults, you know? They've all got similar pigments and everything. Can't go too wrong. Okay, Sophia, enjoy your walk. Don't worry, that'll dry lighter. I know it doesn't look like it, but it will. Oh, really? Is the family favorite? I'm excited. Oh my goodness. Cute! Oh my god, you nailed that fur. That looks so good. Oh my god, Kristen. Have you tried to add, this is gonna sound crazy, but some pastel to your dolls? Like, have you taken like maybe like a pink, like a blush color, and then dabbed it with like a makeup brush and then kind of brushed it on their cheeks by chance? Oh my god, this lamb would benefit from that. Oh my god, it would be so cute. Because yeah, you can add some really nice shading with pastels on fabric stuff. Oh my god. Oh, you do colored pencil. Okay, that'd work too. For real. 6 years? Ames, what? Oh my god. Well, what brings you today? I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay. I hope you're doing good too. 6 years. Wow. Oh, I've been streaming for a while, huh? Oh, man. Yeah, streaming. I guess I ended up liking it if I'm still here, huh? Never know. You never know what'll hit with you. Getting back into Twitch and starting art school. Nice! Saw you're still here and streaming, so I thought I'd pop in. Well, thank you. Thank you for popping in. Yeah, I'm still going. I'm not doing the 6 days a week like I used to, but I would like to move back up to doing that once I get time to. I think that was a really fun schedule. I really enjoyed it. I just haven't had the time to. But like every day, it was kind of a fun everyday job. I actually really enjoyed it. But yeah, now it's like I'm a little bit more scrubby. I'm wearing just a hoodie because I'm cold. I used to get dressed up, do my hair and everything. I did straighten my hair today for it, but since it's just once a week now, I kind of just treat it as a chill time. I usually work on my own stuff during my stream now and not so much on things I owe people, but I'm a little bit too behind this week to do that, so I'm working on things I owe other people. But like last week we worked on a really fun group project that all of us got the same line art, and then we painted and colored together, and it was really fun. But yeah, I'm still managing to stream. It's cool you're going to art school, though. What are you going for? Art school is a really fun time for me. I'm glad I went. Honestly, I didn't retain all the friends I made there, but I got some fun memories out of it. I think in this day and age, though, you might be able to get around not going if you really are self-driven and you don't really care about the networking aspect. If you just want to get the info and get out, then you can probably find a lot of it online, but I would exercise caution, though. There is something that I've noticed that's happening a lot that I'm worried about for people. I've noticed that a lot of people offering like teaching classes and things they're dubbing master classes, these people might not actually know anything. So if you're gonna, look for somebody to mentor you or take their classes, just because somebody has classes up on the internet does not mean they know what they're talking about. And this gets kind of dicey and kind of hard to figure out which classes are actually legit and which aren't. And it takes a little bit of work on your end to do that. So you'll have to look at their work, figure out, okay, first of all, did they actually do it? Because I found a lot of accounts lately are just pretending to be other artists. So you want to make sure it's not a scam, that these people are real, maybe even try to talk to them, find out what their background is, go to their website, see what their credentials are. You want to do a little bit of homework because those classes typically aren't cheap, And you want to make sure that you're getting somebody who A is, qualified to teach you, but B, that teaches you the way you want to be taught, because not everybody learns the same way. And, they can give you what you need, because everybody's offering something, and not everybody is necessarily good at it, I guess. It's hard to explain. Some of you know what I'm talking about. Like, it's hard because every time you see somebody put up a video or somebody talking about best art practices or something, you almost take it as, oh, they're 100% right. Just because they made a video or just because they're offering classes, they must be 100% right on this, right? This must be good information. That's not true. Like, why would that be true? So anybody can do that. Anybody can make a class. Anybody can have a mentorship. Like, I had a mentorship that I was giving away like 3 years ago. I was doing mentorships with people. Anybody can do it. It's just you want to make sure that, the people that you're giving money to are at least legitimate, because there are scams. People will take your money and go, or they'll take your money and just give you like a couple videos that are just not helpful. It's kind of scary. So please do some homework before you actually commit to doing any drawing classes or anything like that, because honestly, people are taking advantage of aspiring artists, and it's breaking my heart pretty badly. Because a lot of people think, oh yeah, I'll take this class and it'll fix me. It'll fix all of the things that I've got wrong with my art, and I'll be able to, do everything I want to do from there on out. And it's like, no, man, that's not necessarily true. It might be numerous classes, or, maybe the class that you sign up for isn't even the right class you need. So you gotta feel it out first. But it just kills me when there are these people who are like, become a better artist in 3 classes or 6 months and all this. And it's like, you can't guarantee that. You can't guarantee that for anybody, because there are just too many factors. Who this person is, what they're trying to do. That's why I strongly believe in mentorships more than just cover-all classes. So anytime you see like a Skillshare or anything like that, I'll give them credit. Yeah, they probably have some good advice in there, but the best progress you're gonna make is with somebody you're working one-on-one with, who you can be like, okay, here's exactly what I'm trying to do. Here's what I want to do. How do I get there? And then that mentor, hopefully having as much experience as they do, is able to point you in the right direction instead of giving you all this other info you may or may not need or know, because you never know if you already know it even or not. And just, do it that way. It's better. I don't know. So if you're ever interested in somebody's work and you're like, oh man, I want to be like them someday, message them. Ask them if they have mentorships available. Some of these artists haven't even thought about offering them, but they'd probably be great for them, and it might just help you more than putting money into Masterclass or Skillshare or anything like that. Granted, there are still like YouTube videos out there that you can, for free. Luckily that people are nice enough to, how to do this, how to do that. And, you can learn that way. But I think the best way you're going to learn is having back and forth with somebody who's further along in the journey you want to be on. That's going to be the most giving in the results you want. Spent hours of frustration watching tutorials of crochet left-handed and turned out the videos were just flipped. Oh no. Oh, that's cheap. Oh, I'd be pissed about that. Saw a few people making watercolor lessons on stuff like Skillshare and really having fun with making classes, but I'm not sure they are legit to teach people, even though, yes, they paint. Exactly. And even if they have really nice lighting setups and everything looks super legit, but they're, doing something that's just so basic wrong, you're like, how, but I mean, at the same time, if it works for them, that's fine. And they like the outcome, that's fine. They can use their medium however they want, but if they're teaching people that this is the only way to do this one thing, that's bad. As an art teacher, I feel like you need to explain, hey, there's so many different ways to use everything. This is the way I use it, or this is the way I've seen people do it in this other way, or just teaching various other methods, because that's going to make your art students know that they're not trying to fit inside a box, because that's the last thing you want an art student to do, feel like they have to fit a mold. No. You want to tell them to explore, have fun with it in the way that maybe it was intended to be, but then say, hey, this is how they say to do it, but then if you find a different way to do it and it works for you, nobody can argue with you, especially if the outcome is great. Who's going to look at your art and be like, God, that's fantastic, but I hate the way they did it? It's like, well, does it really matter if it came out fantastic? 3 years of private lessons with an artist plus my own practice. I don't feel legit to teach others with real lessons or mentorships. I mean, that's I can see where you're talking about, Isabel, but you could also be able to teach people who aren't as far along as you. If they like where you're at and you feel confident teaching at least to where you're at now, and let them know, hey, I've got a lot of growing to do too, but if you want to know how I got here, I'll show you how I got here. And that's as much as anybody can do. As long as you're humble and let people know, hey, this isn't the end all be all of how to do these things. I think that's important. Then they're like, okay, yeah, if you just want to show me where you got here, cool. Adult learning watercolor course to try break out of social awkwards. It's terrible, but I didn't give up. Found a group that's amazing. That's good. Those people were there to do a lesson plan, go home, not talk about art or paints, etc. Learn the recipe and learn to break it. Exactly. Yeah. Learn the rules so you can break them. It's true. And that goes for anatomy pretty hardcore too. I don't think you have to learn anatomy like crazy. Like, I knew somebody who was going through and learning all of the muscles, the groups, the names, everything, in almost to a mathematical level. Unless you're doing like bodies that often and that correct anatomically, then yeah, okay, go ahead. But if you're not going to be doing that, you don't need to know all of that. That's useless. Spend your time using the knowledge you have for things you're going to need it for, if that makes sense. Like, Don't spend your time in the places that won't give you time back. You know what I mean? So I was signed up for, God, it was early 2000s, I think, or 2010s. Yeah, 2010s. I was taking all these art classes, and I'm like, I wish they would have said exactly in the course plan, and maybe this was my fault for not believing that it had it already, but I was like, I know half this stuff. You know, I wish I would have been able to take like the next thing or something like that, and it's frustrating. You know, especially if you pay and then they just throw a bunch of stuff at you and that's it. You know, here's a bunch of videos, they've got worksheets, whatever, but they don't actually interact with you. I think that's crap. Like, that's bad. And Isabel, I think that's a perfect argument for streaming, because you get to teach a little bit, but you're not really committing to a course outline or anything. If somebody's like, hey, how do you do this thing? Then you can be like, well, you can do it like this, this, and this. And then it's a lot more loose and casual, you know? And if that's kind of how you fly, then you might be great at streaming, you know? Exactly. It's not useful for everything. Yeah, as long as you know how to pedal your bike, you can go figure out how to do wheelies on your own, you know? That sort of thing. Okay, let me get the sun in here now, too. It's back here. Yeah, I think you'd be good at it. Some more green in here. A little bit more green. No, everybody who streams art in here, drop your Twitch or your YouTube, whichever you stream at, so Ames can follow you. Go for it. Let's have a follow frenzy. Everyone go crazy. I don't see why it's a bad thing at all. Teaching's a great way to reinforce your skills and knowledge. Yeah! Yeah, that's actually very, very true. What a good point. It's a great way to reinforce it and also challenge it. In case you have somebody that is like, hey, actually, you know, what you're teaching here is a little bit outdated. Here's what's happening now, or something like that. Like somebody to challenge you on what you know now. That's good, and that keeps you humble too, because then you'll be like, oh my gosh, I didn't even realize, you know, and then you get to learn something. So, and that doesn't happen with those kind of classes, you know, where it's like a master class or a Skillshare. I don't know if anybody is as old as I am, but there were these things on TV, these commercials that were like, do you like to draw? Do you spend hours of your day just doodling away and you think you were meant for something more? Like things like that. And it was a total scam, and they'd send you this art test, and you'd take this test and send it back to them, and it was ridiculous. But I feel like some of these cash grab classes and stuff aren't necessarily helpful for anybody, and they are just scams to kind of exploit aspiring artists. So I almost feel like, you know, if you go straight to the source, if there's an artist you kind of admire and their style and whatever, ask them if they offer a mentorship or classes of their own, because maybe they do, and you know, then your money's going straight to whoever you like. Or B, ask them, hey, are there any other artists that you know of that offer mentorships or classes of their own that have a similar style to yours that can really help you, you know? opening up that kind of communication is pretty good. I think it's important. Right? You remember those? Do you like to draw? I wonder if I could find it. They were so cheesy. Forever. Do you like to draw? Yes! Okay. Hold on. Yes, this is it. This is exactly it. Who's ready? Okay. Mute me. Mute me and go watch this for a minute. Fucking scams. Accredited member distance education and training council. What does that mean? Art test. Here's a turtle and here's a pirate. Like, what is this? Oh my god. This video. I remember always being mad at that. I don't know why I was always mad at that, but I was. It's like, I was a kid and I knew it was some sort of scam or something. Ah! Jeez. I don't even remember. What year was that those are in there? Exactly, Isabel. And then what's great about people who are actually in the industry or have been, they have connections. Like, I still have connections with some people in the gaming industry. And it's like, you want to get in with people who have those kind of connections still, especially if you don't necessarily want to be a freelancer or independent artist, what have you. If you want to get into the industry, you want to get a job there at a specific place, you want to start going straight to the source. You know, don't do this thing where if you want to get into games, do not go through QA. That is not how you get a job doing art and games. Okay? I was in the game industry. That is not how you do it. Same with comics. You do not get to work on Spider-Man because you've been doing Spider-Man fan art. That is not how they get you. Okay? Go straight to the people. Straight to the comic artists. Start doing your own comics. Start doing it in the style you like to do. Because you never know. They might contact you and be like, hey, we like your style. You know, we want to see Spider-Man in your style. You know, that sort of thing. Or if you like doing games, do mock-ups of characters in idle poses and jumping and fighting and all that stuff. You don't have to do them all in the same thing. But if that's your passion, do it. You'll find a way to, you know, get it to the right people. But just don't, you know, try to circumvent the system. It's not really how it works. Mid-90s, that sounds right. That sounds about right. Yeah, it's just crazy. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's crazy, Box. It makes sense, though. That's karma, too. I heavily believe in karma. One way or the other, people get it. Get it back. Totally believe in that. Okay, now this is the summer one. So it's gonna look weird a little bit for a while until I get the pastels in here, then it'll kind of look translucent. But it's not till the final phase, really, that starts to jump out. Hi, Churney! Really? Oh. Thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying having it back. I had it back last week too. I know it's kind of crappy when it's not, but I don't know. I gotta do what I gotta do sometimes, and if I can't have the cam on, I can't. But I'm glad you enjoy it when it's here. Thank you. And thank you for telling me. That means a lot. Oh, yeah, that's a big problem, Box. Why would those people sound like idiots anyway, then? Okay, Sophia. Well, I'm glad to have you back. Right, this is going to be a blue-green. I'm looking at one of these translucent leaves so I know a little bit more of where to put it. Okay, so this has to be kind of like spring, but a little bit more blue-green. So spring is usually more of a yellow-green, where summer is like a blue-green. So, and I have all these leaves corresponding with the other leaf, or these buds correspond with the leaf that they're gonna explode into. So, oh, cute box. Oh, definitely try markers. Honestly, that's how I started doing markers. There is a post on my Instagram where I say, I'm gonna start trying markers. And I, from then on, my marker journey is basically documented. So, whenever you do that sort of thing and you're like, yeah, I want to try this, do it. See if you can, like, revolve a post around it, because you never know, it might turn out to be your main thing. Like, I never thought I would make technically a business out of using markers, but all my pet portraits are markers and some other mixed media. You never know. It's the alcohol, man. It blends it like crazy. Thank you, Eb. It'll, like I said, it'll pop more once I actually get the pastels in there, because the pastels are nice because they go on top of the marker and they're so vibrant that I'll actually be able to get this translucence in the leaf that I'm looking for, because right here it's supposed to be like insane green, right? But I can't get that on toned paper with marker because markers act like a multiply brush in Photoshop. So the only way to bring out those colors is to use another medium on this. So I'll be able to get that. I can actually show you what that will look like. And these are my pastels. This is my pastel box. I worked my way up to this set. I've got a 12 and a 32, I think. But so this will probably be this green, and I'll show you the difference. No, okay, so I can do a live example of water versus alcohol, because usually this blows some minds. Alcohol and water-based are totally different. So we'll use my 5x7 template. Alright, so I'll get out a Tombow, which are no longer here. I'll have to go get one, I think. Unless I have one. No. Alright, I'll be right back. I need to go grab my Tombows. Put this here for the moment, just in case anybody comes in. Be right back. Okay, so yeah, so the blenders are interesting. Sometimes they work well. I don't know, I typically don't love them, and I only use them to blend into the paper. I actually never use blenders to blend two colors together. And that's mainly because anytime I've tried, and this could just be a failing of my own, but every time I try to blend colors together using a blender with markers, there's a wall of alcohol around them. So instead of doing that, I just blend the markers into each other, and that works a million times better. So an actual blender, and all it is just alcohol in a marker. So you can make your own blenders too. If you just get one of these are a fillable marker of your own. And I usually fill these with water, and I use it as a water blender because it's just for water-based markers. Well, why not? You can also use a paintbrush. I'll show you that too. But if you're gonna use, I'll get a mid-tone here. Yeah, blenders are, I don't use them for what they're supposed to be used for because I don't like it. But here is a water-based marker. Okay, let me get you another marker that's alcohol-based. That's a samish color. That is kind of a light tan. Maybe it's more like walnut. Okay, it's kind of similar. So this is water and this is alcohol. Okay, so with alcohol, if you keep adding more onto it, it'll dry and it'll be this color again, right? It might fill in the spots you didn't get before, but for the most part, it's gonna stay this color, right? However, with water-based, if you go over it, it's like a multiply brush and it gets darker. Okay, so if I go over here now, you can see this was the color that was there before. This is getting darker. And then if I keep layering it, it's just going to get darker and darker. See? But if you do that with the alcohol one, you can't. It's going to stay the same color, and it doesn't actually change. So what I like to do is usually bring one of these blenders with me, which is just a water-filled marker and a water-based marker, and then like a pencil. That's kind of my favorite sketch trio to bring. And then what I can do is, let's say here's a sphere, right? If I was just sketching a sphere, let me get some water in this. I'll show you how to do it. It's like a push-pull thing. So you pull it to get some water in there, like a syringe. It's really fun. They come in different sizes too, but it's kind of a toss-up where you get them. Then you push to get a little bit at the end. So if I take the water-based and I'm making a sphere, I'm just doing this. Right? Say the light's coming from up here. Okay? You take the blender, you can actually blend it into the paper. Now, keep in mind this only really works if you have really resilient paper. If your paper is a little bit more weak, it's going to have trouble. So, you blend it like that, you soften the edges, right? And then once it dries, I can go back in and darken it again if I want to. Whereas if I was doing this with an alcohol-based one, I would do my flick method, which you can only usually do this with like brush tip markers, right? And then if I wanted the same effect with a lighter one around it, I would get a lighter color. And this is typically why I only have like 2 or 3 shades of color. And I'd go over it with the light color, and then it blends the dark color into the light color. And then while it's wet, I can even add a darker color in. And then this will kind of disperse, and I might have to go back in again. But if we go back up to here, then if I add another layer, right? And then if like you want, let's say a shadow, all right? You want to have some fall off? You can use the water to do that. So if you wanted an alcohol blender to like do what I just did where you blend into the paper, you just fill this with some isopropanol. I think it's like 90%. And you can do that. And then if I want to blend this more into the previous color. So you can get a lot of range with that. It's just, yeah, people in comics usually have a ton of them. For sure. Like my husband, oh, he loves them. But yeah, alcohol, you need to do a little bit more to it to get it to work right. But and then what I usually do then is I'll get a Posca to do the highlights. Since this is only how I go about it on toned paper, if this was white paper, I wouldn't have to do this. Because white paper, I would just leave this part blank. But since it's not, you have a hot spot, and then you have fall off down here. And then I can take, once again, the water marker, take the paint, blend it out. So yeah, you get a lot of variation with that, but this is like 3 markers, 3 alcohol markers, and this is just 1 water-based. And then if we go back again, we add more to this one. See how it's a multiply brush? That's all it is. But then if we take the alcohol again, we go over it again, it's gonna come up, it's gonna be the same color. So does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. It took me a few years to actually understand exactly how that works, but then you can also do this, the colored pencil, and you can kind of blend more. Do it up here, you can blend more. So hopefully that makes sense. Yeah, anyway. It's pretty fun, right? So this thing is really cool. And I know I show this almost every time I stream, and I don't know how I've been doing it that much. But if you want to see a whole story I did using this method, I just used 3 things on this story. I just used the ones I showed you. Basically, that two markers. I'll show you. 2 markers. So I use this one, I use this one, I use this, these. So that whole story was made with this. This for spec highlights, this for fall off, this for lining. That's it. You can really use anything to do anything. I just did one of those every day. And you can make a story. You can do whatever you want. I feel like more people just don't think, I can do whatever I want. It's art. I can do whatever I want. Well, thanks, Isabel. I know it was kind of quick, but hopefully it's helpful. It's the knowledge I have. If I can help, I help. Yeah, paper pilling can happen, but usually with water markers, you'll want to use watercolor paper because it's kind of made more for that. Do not use alcohol markers on watercolor paper. I'm glad you brought up the pilling, Sophia, because this reminds me, don't use that. So for the alcohol, that's why I have so much of this paper, the Strathmore Mixed Media, because this handles alcohol markers really nicely. If I am doing the water-based seriously, what I would do, and if I wanted this toned on it, I would use white Arches paper. I would get some kind of sepia or burnt sienna ink or watercolor, and I would go over the white paper to get this tone. And then I would use my markers, my water-based markers, on the watercolor paper, because it's meant more for this. And it would be hot press. I wouldn't use these on cold press because the cold press would just tear up the ends of them. It would just destroy them because it's so textured. Just think of hot press paper being like it's ironed. That's how I remember it. So it's flatter. I needed some way to remember that because I could never remember that. I don't know why. Hi, Sketch. Sorry I missed your message. That might have been when I was away. Yeah, I had a friend who came to an art jam once and she had like 200 markers. And I was like, I don't ever want to have that many markers. I have about this many, which isn't that bad. As far as marker people go, I've got enough where I cover all the colors I need, and then maybe a dark or light one depending on if I use it a lot. And then the rest of it, I use pastels. It's cheaper. Because then I can get the colors I want without having to break the bank with markers. Yeah, don't use alcohol markers and watercolor paper, no. Yeah, right? Hot press iron? That's how I think about it too. It's the only way I remember it. So for this to have the translucent effect, see what I mean by now the colors on top of the marker, and it looks better. See, that's how I'll end up getting that translucent look, though the camera is not doing me any favors here. Yeah, hot makes flat. It's a bit better. But here, yeah, you can see the difference of what it does. So that's why I usually use them in combination with each other. And as far as I know, I never learned this from anybody. I'm usually really good about giving credit, and if I did learn this from somebody, I would own up to it. I do not remember learning this from anybody. I just figured it out on my own. So I say if there are, things you like using when it comes to art materials, use them. If they're insufficient for some part of your project, then find a medium that does work with it. And then just find out a way to work it into your process. You'll be happy that way because then you get to use all the things you want to use. Oh, thank you. Thanks, everybody. It was a lot of trial and error because at first I was stuck using colored pencils for a while, which colored pencils would work too, but I never ever liked or got used to how grainy colored pencils could be. Even the soft colored pencils were too grainy for me. So I was always a big fan of pastels. I used pastels a ton in high school. So I ended up just being like, you know what? Maybe I'm meant for pastels. And I went back to them, and it was a good 10 years later after I had used them for the last time, and I used them again. Works. Exactly, the art box. That's a good way to put it. But yeah, it's crazy. So use what you gotta use. And, if somebody's like, Why are you doing it that way? That's dumb. Ask them why it's dumb. And if they don't know, then they're dumb. I mean, really. If you can't figure out a good reason why what I'm doing is dumb, and you're calling me dumb, you're dumb. Goodbye. Forget it. Negativity can take a hike. You don't need that, girl. Move on. Negativity be damned. So when you're using toned paper, that comes up a lot. That you're gonna have this drabness to it. And that is something that kind of always kills me when I'm streaming, is people see this and they'll be like, oh my god, is this what it's gonna look like? It's like, no. No, it's gonna get better, I promise you. It's hard to do parts of pieces and not let people see the rest of it when you know it's gonna get better. It's frustrating. That's the only problem with doing art on streams. So typically when I do a stream, I want to do a piece that I can start and finish so that people can see the end game of it. Otherwise they just see the flat stage and they're like, what? What's going on there? Okay. So, I don't know. The photo was better. That might have been because I could do some after digital work to it too. Yeah, sometimes, I'll soup them up a bit after the stream for the Instagram posts. But if you ever go look at my website and look at the original, because when I sell the originals, I don't do any filtering to them when they're on my website because I want people to know exactly what they're getting. And I highly suggest if anybody sells originals somewhere that you put up an unedited picture of it in good lighting. You can do good lighting, but make sure it's unedited. Otherwise, you might sell it and get somebody coming back at you being like, yo, this doesn't look at all like it did on the internet. And you'd be like, that's because I did this, and this to it. Okay, that is false advertising. So you don't want anybody coming at you like that. So to avoid that, do what I suggested. Just put up an unedited version. So when you see my originals online, they're all unedited. But if they're on Instagram, they're edited because I want it to look pretty. I'm not gonna hide that. Instagram's like a showcase, so that's what it's gotta be. Yeah, and that's why you really don't want to overdo it when you're showing what you're selling. Make sure if you don't over process it. Make sure the preview of things, it may look better if it's contrasted way up, but you want to make sure that it's not too far off from the original. Because yeah, people will get mad. They'll want refunds. And honestly, can you blame them? It doesn't look like it did. I'd be mad. Oh, is it? I'm sorry. Isabel, do you have to spread fix them as you are using pastels? I'm gonna be completely honest, I don't use fixative. I probably should, but the difference I feel like in my head is that I'm not using enough pastel to warrant the fixative. So this is the only downside really to markers. They're not an archival fine art medium. So that's why people don't see them as fine art, because over time markers fade. Over time, they're not a permanent thing like oils or, other really fine art mediums. Okay? So the thing with pastels is usually people need pastel fixative because their entire piece is covered in chalk. It's mainly pastel or charcoal, right? Same sort of thing. It's chalky. Yeah? So when you've got a whole piece that is nothing but that and it's layered, it's scary because it can be shifted pretty easily. So you really do need to use fixative on it. So what I did right here though was so minuscule, and there's not even that much on there. You can't even get that much off it, that unless I layered it really hard, it wouldn't be too bad. I can still mess with it a little bit, but it's nothing like if I put my finger down and went like this, that it just totally send off the whole picture, right? I could add fixative to this, but I'm a little bit more afraid of what that would do to the markers since it's mixed media. So since it's dry mediums too, it's scary for me. So I honestly haven't done anything with that. I've thought about looking into it, but the mixed media portion of it does still freak me out. So I don't think using pastels in this kind of accent way would require a fixative. But if you are primarily using pastels or using them as like 50% of the piece, then yeah, I'd probably look into using a fixative. Because it can get on like the sleeves when you're sending it, things like that. Yeah, exactly, Isabel. There you go. There you go. So it's really up to you. As an artist, it's your thing. And I mean, after a certain point, you can't really control certain things. So case in point, if somebody buys something from you and they frame it, but they put it like in the sunlight, what can you do about that? You know, there's nothing you can do about where they're keeping it, and it's just going to fade. And if they get mad at you and you're like, hey, well, where were you keeping it? Oh, it's by the window. Does it have direct sunlight on it? Only for like 5 hours of the day. Okay, well, that's why it's fading. You know, and even some fixatives can't help that. They're UV ones and stuff, but it's just going to slow it. All art's going to fade in time, you know, unless it's oils, I guess. I think oils are the only one that, like, can stay put, but impermanence. Live in the moment. I mean, we're all, not to get too existential, but we're all going to die. We're all going to be dust. We're all going to fade away. So should our art, you know? It's to be enjoyed right now. And I feel like that's a fair way of looking at it. Enjoy it now. It's here. You're here. Enjoy doing it. Enjoy making it. Enjoy selling it. Enjoy looking at it. It's there. Yeah, and that's what I was saying. Oils are the least fade. So, usually nowadays I'm sketching digitally and printing on my watercolor paper. I've done the same thing with these. These were sketched digitally with a pencil digitally, and then I cleaned them up a bit. They're not final line work or anything, they're just a really clean sketch. And then I printed them out on my paper, and now I'm coloring them this way. So if I need to reprint them or anything like that, I've got the means to. So it's nice, but it's the same thing I do for my watercolors. So just letting you know, you can do the same process. For anybody who's on my Patreon that gets mailed rewards, they should be going out hopefully by end of next week. And typically, in general, a lot of the rewards go out every month towards the end of the month. Once I catch up on all my stuff, though, I'm going to try to get them out at the first of the month. But that's only after I've finished everything. Because I want to get a month ahead, but I haven't been able to do that. So. Welcome back, Kat. Unless you keep everything in drawers. Yeah, exactly, Isabel. Exactly. Used to take care of this not happening in a museum, but we did not have more modern mediums like markers. Oh, cool. You used to work in a museum? That's awesome. Yeah, and I'm sure they've got like UV protecting glass and everything, right? But that's also a good reason to scan everything, just so you have record of it, just so you can make sure, you know, if somebody, let's say, loses a commission that you made them, you can get them a scan. Always make sure you've got a scan. Because a lot of the time, even if they lose the original, they'll be happy to have something. Especially if you can print it out and kind of make it look like the original. Something's better than nothing. So scan your work, document your work. And I want this one to be a little bit more saturated, I guess, than the other ones. Gotta look up some plants. We'll do that. That's a good way to do that. Oh, lights, yeah. Honestly, smoking even. If you have people that smoke in their home, their original pieces are going to get a yellow tint to them. That's just what happens. My parents smoked like my entire childhood and everything. And I remember when I was in high school, like at the end of high school, I went up to one of our picture frames that we had never moved. And I moved it totally white behind it. It was so messed up. Like, my parents were the kind that had that caked on smoke on the walls. It was disgusting. I can't believe I had lived so much of my life in that. Oh my god. It was mind-blowing. But yeah, if you have original art, keep it away from any sort of smoke. I even think that incense might affect it, honestly. So be careful. Protect your stuff. Any original artwork you have is a definite investment, no matter how big or small. Yeah, it really is, Kat. You're adopting it, you're taking care of it from that point on. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, if you ever wash the walls, you can be scared. It's so true. Like, you never know how dirty they are. I remember a year ago, almost now, when we moved into this house, I washed the walls before we moved in. It was insane. Like, they weren't even smokers in this house. It's just, the walls were disgusting, dude. Like, it was bad. So yeah, wash your walls every year or two. You'd be surprised what's on them. Surprisingly. See how I'm blending the darker colors into the lighter ones where I want them actually dark? And I'm not using a blender. Like, if I want this to be a lighter line, just blend it with the color that it's over. They'll blend together better. I know it looks crazy when it's wet. It looks like I'm really screwing things up, but once it dries, it's better. You just gotta trust it. Lived in a house in Texas that had smokers many, many years. Oh no. In my room, we left the bathroom heater on in the summer and we came back and it looked like a scene from The Shining. The heater? What did the heater do? Did it like make it like the tar go up the wall or something? Yeah, cat! Yeah, get out the stuff. Oh god, gross. Ugh. Black drips. Oh. Oh my god, gross. How do you even clean that? Oh, that would be such a nightmare. There are some houses like that have parts in them that feel uncleanable. We have a couple in this house too. Like, the people who lived here before lived here for 14 years because they inherited it from a family member. So who knows how much longer it was than that, but it was for sure 14 years. And on the sides of the stove, this stove is old too, mind you. Sides of the stove, between the cabinets and the stove, there's like 2 inches. It's disgusting. I have to go in there at some point this year and like claw out everything that's in there. And I dread it. I'm so scared because I know there's like old potatoes in there. There's probably a mouse or something. I know there's gotta be. I expect it. It's cool. But oh my god, I'm just, some things it's ownership, home ownership. Ugh. Steam cleaner. That'd work. How long did it take, Box? Was it a long time? Abundance of face masks now? Yeah, no shit. Blessing in disguise. Speaking of face masks, I feel like if I was sick now and just out and about, I think regardless of what sickness I had, I think I would just out of just consideration, I'd wear a mask. Kind of like they do in Japan. If they're sick, they wear masks. I do now think that is the nice thing to do. I mean, I always kind of thought it was nice of them, but now it makes total sense just to go forward that way. So why not? I don't know why being considerate is seen as such a burden in the US. I don't think it should be. Oh man, hummingbirds are very not colorful when they're babies. I mean, obviously most babies aren't colorful right away. But long and icky process. Ugh. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm fine wearing it. I don't consider my freedoms being taken away in any sense. Yeah, is anybody actually working on something? What are you working on if you're working on anything? I love knowing what other people are working on. Watercolor bookmarks, yeah! Do you stream this weekend, Sophia? Also, Kat, are you streaming this weekend? Who else is streaming this weekend? Feel free to drop in your links if you want to say what time and when. Yesterday? Nice. Sorry I don't know your schedule, Sophia. Make it a little bit more brown. Oh, cool, Box. How'd it come out? Or are you doing that right now? Nice, Eb. What are you gonna do? You know yet, or is it kind of spur of the moment stuff? Yeah, I'm gonna just go crazy. Screw it. Oh, nice. See, and I bet you remember now how you made those gradients, and you'll be able to control them at a later time. That's why experimenting with stuff is so exciting, because you'll see something happen, then you try to recreate it, and then if you're able to, then you're like, yes, I learned a new skill. I can log that and use that when I need it in the future for an actual applicable assignment, you know? That's why it's important to experiment, to doodle, you know? So who knows, sometimes when you doodle, maybe you figure out a cool shape or something, and that ends up becoming kind of your, I don't know, your trading card, your calling card, I mean. Trading card. Your calling card, or maybe it's, you end up making a logo, who knows? A lot can come from doodling and brainstorming and experimenting. So if you're like, oh, I didn't really draw much today, I just doodled. It's like, no, man, that's its own thing. I feel like doodling is almost meditating for your art side, you know? So, you know, when you're meditating, sometimes you think of things or neat stuff you can do, right? So why would it be any different then if you're doing it with, say, doodling or sketching? I feel like people put too much pressure on expecting too much out of a sketch. It's like, no, sketch is a sketch. You can keep sketching, do whatever you want to do. Doesn't have to be a masterpiece. Too much pressure on ourselves nowadays. Oh, good, Box. I love it. Oh, thanks, Eb. Yeah, Kat, did you say you're streaming tomorrow? Are you still streaming on Sundays? Oh yeah, definitely. That's another fun thing. I love ink washes because you can just blend things with the ink, you know? Let me see. It's cold pressed done with a dip pen and oh wow. If you were able to do a dip pen on a cold press and control it, bravo. You've already accomplished something. This is a nice freehand piece, huh? I like the colors you used, especially on the scales. That's a really nice gradient. You're getting some good texture in there. Now if you want to use your ink that you use in your dip pen and use it as like an ink wash, you could go in there and just do big strokes and washes and have it kind of go with the inks. A wedding prep stream? Cool! What are you going to talk about on there? Are you gonna make your own bouquet? What are you gonna do? Yeah, it pulls the color. I say go for it. Why not? Name placemats, cool. Are you doing them like individually, or how are you going about that? Are you just doing the base one and then you're gonna make them all like that, or are you hand making all of them? Oh my god, Cat, you baller, you. That is crazy. You're hardcore. How many people you got? Like 100? $50? Still, 50's a lot. $50's a good amount of people. I think that'll make for a really fun stream. So after I finish the flats on these, I'll be able to go in and start doing the outlines and such. Make sure these get blended how I wanted them to get blended, so I'm going to go over the whole thing again. Since they're in the foreground, I want them darker. So this is to make sure, even though it is an alcohol marker, that I got all the spots and that they're blended. Oh, Serenity's here. Hi, Serenity. How you doing? 44 months. That is so nuts. Thank you, Box. Yeah, this is summer. So summer they have the baby. Spring they have the egg. Let's see. Winter they found each other. And then fall, he's proud of his nest. Oh, that's so cool. So you're technically making 100 then. Yes, definitely eat, Serenity. Eat, eat, eat. Gotta eat. Alright, so I'm going to use this blue. This is a good blue. Now, since the sun, where I wanted it, it's going to be behind there, I'm going to use pretty bright green / yellow to get that in there, because I think if that's there, so it's behind here, it's behind there too. Creaky chair. Wah. Yeah, I'll be able to do that. Does the male hummingbird make the nest of the female? I think so. Either way, I mean, they're pretty androgynous the way I've got them, so whatever they want to do. Oh, wood with acrylic. Nice, cat. Yeah, I'm not sure. Honestly, I didn't look it up. Whoever makes it. So then she makes the nest and finds him. I'm fine either way. I am not big for gender roles or whatever. Like if a lady wants to ask a guy to marry him, whatever. Man versus man, whatever. Whoever wants to do whatever, I'm happy for him. Or if anybody wants to just stay single, happy for them. People's business is their business. Whatever they want to do, no business of mine. I'm happy for people who are happy. Oh yeah. Love me some fireflies, baby. Are there not? Are there not as many as you thought there'd be? I am only working on this on the stream because I know she doesn't come to streams. So typically if I am working on people's things that I owe, like, on stream, it's because I know they won't show up, so I don't want to ruin the surprise. This marker is really crazy because it gets really light when it dries. Like, that's the color it becomes after it's drying. I mean, you can already see it's half as dark as this now. It's nutty. I like to think of drawings as sculptures, though, because if you think about it, you know, the best way to draw typically is from general to specific. That's gonna give you the best results. And like I said earlier, if you want to go against that, cool. But for the most part, you know, you go general to specific, you're gonna get the best outcome of, like, composition and all that stuff. If you can still get it without doing that, awesome. You do you. But when you do general to specific, it's like you're taking a giant piece of clay or marble and you're whittling it down. So it's really kind of rewarding for me once I get to the part where I'm relining everything and putting in details, because then I feel like that's the part where the piece is solid, and now I can go in and, you know, start adding all those things. So like these beaks right now are gonna look like trash, but once I come back in later and I'm able to, you know, line them back up, it's gonna be nice. So then I can put a little shine on it. And I feel like as you're doing art, sometimes you need to make milestones in it that you're looking forward to, because that'll make it easier to get through the piece if there are things you're still looking forward to doing. Hopefully that makes sense. The ginger animals, aww. Thanks, Swan. Welcome. I've got all these other ones. We're doing a little hummingbird family through the seasons. So this is summer right now. We're working on summer. Decadent and bought the 216 marker set by Ohuhu, and I feel so guilty now. Oh no! Oh, Serenity. If you wanted the 216, if that's how you want to roll, no regrets, that's what you want to do. Good for you. I'm glad you like markers enough to want to do that. Hopefully that's not my fault. Foxes, hedgies, deer, badger, possum. No raccoons, possums, bugs, and snakes aren't a problem. Interesting. Oh. No red squirrels? Oh no. And more big kitties in Canada. Yeah, you got elk and stuff. Oh good. I'm glad you're grateful. Well, for anybody who's into watercolor, I highly suggest getting water-based markers, because then I can't tell you how many times, like, after I've finished a watercolor piece, I've just been like, oh, I want to do this one thing to it, but I don't want to get my paints out. So I just use a water-based marker, and I'm good. Works fine. Right? The blue morphs like crazy. I know. It looks like I'm making a nice gradient of it, but it's gonna end up being all the same blue. Alcohol-based markers, man. It's craziness. It's always, like, crazy that it just... it's so different than what it puts down as. Sometimes I have this fear that it's just not gonna turn out how it is, and every time I remember, oh yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Just chill out. It'll be okay. So everything is pretty dark right now, but like I said, I'll be able to lighten it up with the pastels. Like once I go in and, you know, there's sunlight back here, so I'll be able to come out with it and do my gradient this way. And then I'll probably bring this up a shade or two and have this color actually be the darker color of the piece and just leave it around the edges like a vignette. Closer to my friend in Dallas, but in the UK we did in Texas. We had hedgies in Texas. Yeah, hedgies. Watercolor, no, water with straw, piece of acrylic, add some water, and boom. Draw on a piece of acrylic. Oh yeah, yeah, you could totally do that. I've done that actually with a post-it note. I don't exactly have an acrylic block handy, so sometimes if you just, this is bad, I don't suggest doing this, but taking a water-based marker and just making a pool of pigment, and then if you take like a brush with water on it, you can pick it up and put it on a piece. But if I were you, I would take the actual marker, do it on the piece, and then take a brush and then brush it out that way. Because you can get rid of that line if you're on watercolor paper. But the acrylic block works fine too. That would work alright. I'm trying to remember where I put the sun. Also where I put this branch. Alright, now I'm going to take pictures real quick so I have an in progress for these. I totally forgot to take the pencil version, but that's okay because I have the digital version which acts as the pencil version. I really like the spring one. The spring one might be my favorite. I also forgot the backgrounds, but I'm trying to figure out what I want to do for the colors for these. I think this one could be blue, but I might also do it with pastels. But maybe even just doing it with eggshell. Anybody have anything they're looking forward to the next week? I'm excited to go to the doctor. I also went to the eye doctor recently, and my eyes are the same bad they've always been. Still have around the same prescription. The doctor's great. This is a new doctor. And I was like, oh, it hasn't changed? He's like, nope, hasn't really changed much. You can use your same prescription or get a new one with the new one. It just changed like a point. And I was like, to get better? And he started just laughing. And he's like, no, it never gets better. And then we both laughed really hard. And it was like this totally dark humor, morbid moment. And we were both laughing. It was funny. It was kind of nice that it was just somebody out in the wild to laugh about dark humor with. I find that that's one of those touchy ones that it's like you don't always find people who are into dark humor. But it was refreshing. But he's right. Your eyes aren't gonna get better. Do I need a break? No, but I might need to crack a window because the marker fumes get to be a bit much. As long as I have my water right now. But yeah, I'm gonna crack the window. Hold on. Pretty nice out. Oh, my lighting setup's totally different. Now I've got outside light behind me. I've got warm light in front of me. Higher than the tips of my ears. I love it. Seeing family. Oh, nice. Is it for an event or just for fun or... What's it gonna be for? Let's see. Get some blues. Oh, nice. Oh, that's why you were wondering about the Cricut stuff. Yeah, I am curious how many people have one. I could do that video. It's honestly pretty easy. Exciting! A birthday and cookie day. What is a cookie day? I'm in favor of this. I don't even know what it is yet, but I'm in favor. Is it just like a cookie day? Everybody brings cookies? Oh my god. Cookies are such a beautiful dessert. They're so simple and lovely. Oh man. Cookies are just a beautiful, cute thing. Aren't cookies adorable? Can we all agree that cookies are just adorable? Like, yeah, cupcakes are cute. Cupcakes know what they are. But they're almost overkill for cuteness. I enjoy a simple, adorable cookie. Because why not, you know? Oh yeah, peanut butter cookies. Decorating sugar cookies. Cute! I love it. It's just decorating sugar cookies. Are they Christmas themed or now are you just doing whatever you want for a theme? Also, I never asked, is my audio okay? I usually ask at the beginning of the stream, I totally forgot. Easter cookies instead of Christmas. That's fair. Audio's good? Okay, cool. I figure you would have told me, Sophia. Make it a little bit yellow. You got me. You would have told me. What do you mean, Swan? Like the progress shots? Or what do you mean? Oh yeah, or scan it. I always say scan it. Definitely scan it if you're really afraid you're gonna screw it up. Just so you can print it out again if you need to redo it. This is a way to trick brightness in a piece. If you've got the light source behind something, have the light dig into that thing a little bit, because you know whenever you look at something and you hold it up to the light behind it actually seeps into the vision in front of it, like the glow goes around it. So even if your thing isn't that like actually bright, like even if you're not using bright colors, even if you just dig into that shape a little bit, you can make it look like it's being shined around, you know? And then once I get in here and I actually make this part kind of dark, see how that works? So that's a nice trick. It's one of those things. Oh, having yourself navigate your piece? Definitely. Yeah, any way you can help remember what you were doing during a piece, absolutely. I typically have these moments where I kind of space out and forget what I was doing. A lot of you have been here when that happens to me. And I'm like, wait, what was I doing? But that's usually because I was talking. So if you're doing a piece and you know that happens a lot, see if you can actually make little milestones. Here, hold on one sec. Okay. My sharpener seems to be dying a bit. I also really enjoy tricks that can be used no matter what medium you're using. So like the one I was just saying about being able to breach into a shape to show it's bright, you know, things like that. Because no matter what you're using, you know, paint, pencil, what have you, that trick will work. You know, that's just how it is, right? That's nice, finding a message you left for yourself. I could see that. It's really cute that little flower buds look like artichokes. Little artichokes. Another thing I do is cut into my own line work a lot. So if I want something to look brighter that way too, you fake that by cutting into your own line work. Making lines brighter or thinner, and they will look cut into by light. I think lighting is probably the most important thing in a piece. I don't think it's even anatomy or any crap like that. I think it's lighting. So no matter what you're trying to do, whether it's a figure or a scene, anything, lighting is the most important thing. And I have so much to learn about lighting still myself. But it's definitely one of my favorite things. Some of the time this is almost like when you, if you've ever used charcoal and done the like negative method where you erase charcoal to make a piece, sometimes this feels like that. Because I've put down basically the shadow color and I'm going in and I'm carving out the light space. At least with the way I do it, sometimes it ends up being like that, so kind of interesting. I would really love to do that negative erasing sometime. I think it'd be pretty fun to do. already feel like I kind of do it. It'd just be to a whole nother level. Let alone negative space. Yeah, negative space can be tricky, for sure. I think you get a good handle on lighting, though, when you are able to kind of recognize both at the same time. If you're aware of your negative space and, the filled space. Alright, hold on. This again. I know what you're talking about, Box. I love doing that. You can do that with clothes. I used to paint my clothes that way. Use bleach and a paintbrush. You can actually paint on your clothes. You gotta be careful though. If you do it too much in one spot, you can actually disintegrate your clothes. Make sure you're in a ventilated area though. Yeah, working backwards. I like that you put backwards in quotes because it's not backwards for some people. That's forwards for them. Oh no, that's totally cool, Serenity. I just want to make sure I wasn't to blame. Yeah, Copics are ridiculously expensive. It's just, markers in general, I think you have to work up your collection, because like every one of my markers that I use on the daily, I have bought purposefully. Like I don't buy sets because I think that for the most part, if you're low on money, like I always am, and you need specific colors or you want to have full control over your palette, then you'll do it that way. Because sometimes, at least for me, when I get a set, sorry, I only usually use like 25% of it. I mean, luckily my husband uses a lot of colors I don't, so I can give him colors that I don't use, but, for the most part, I think it's better to cater, your palette to what you need, basically. Oh, I hear you, Box. Yeah, definitely. If you're not in the mindset for it, it can be crazy. It's really fun though, because it feels like a reveal when you're watching someone else do it. I always like that. See, and that marker brand is already years ahead of Prismacolor. Prismacolor still, from what I remember, they don't even have refillable options. They're so backwards. I don't get it. Oh, yeah, that totally makes sense though, Serenity. I'm with you on that. Oh, there are doves outside. I love doves. They go woo, 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 woo. That's so cute. Yeah. Like, I can never buy a primary set of any kind of markers or anything really because I don't use primary colors. So that's why I just go and I pick the colors I need. Until you want to collect them all. I make sure I don't do that. Gotta make sure I don't have the money for it either. Gabe just got paid, which that's money for both of us then. Because my money is just Patreon right now. Patreon and anything I manage to sell in my store. Because until I get through my pet portraits, I can't get an actual job yet. Or an actual gig. So it's just Patreon and my store. And so when he got paid, the first thing I was thinking is I need to go to the doctor. Art supplies have to wait. I need to go to the doctor. Making your own colors? Yeah, Serenity, there's actually been a ton that have been happening. I have to go to Dragon Con in August. So that's the only one I'm for sure signed up for, and I'm still kind of nervous about it. Just because, you know, COVID and stuff. It's been a long time since I've been to a con. And which I'm okay with. It's just, you know, I'm still scared of all the being in a place with like 50,000 to 100,000 people. I'm like, I don't know. Like, I don't know how people are going to concerts and not getting it. Or is everybody going to a concert and getting it? Like, I don't understand. I don't know where anything is at anymore. Like, how bad things are, even. The news doesn't seem to be helpful at all. Poor Ukraine. It's like all about Ukraine, and we don't even know where, you know, numbers are at for, you know, COVID stuff anymore. The world is on fire. So, yeah, to answer your question, Dragon Con in August. So, I'm trying to finish all of the pet portraits I have by June or July. Like, I'm trying. At least if I get 5 done a month, I'll be well on my way with that. So, granted, I'm already a little bit behind this month because I had to finish all these. These people have been waiting a long time. It's just I literally don't have the time anymore for anything. Like, I'm overbooked. I kept going, oh, I've got time to do that, I've got time to do that. I don't. I really shouldn't have taken on probably half the things I have. But I'm a sucker when it comes to people being like, oh, I wanted it for someone's birthday, or this, or that, or the other thing. It's like, damn it. Alright. Yeah, you can do it. Plus, I need the money. Handmade watercolors. Oh, yeah. I use them everywhere. Yeah, I talked myself out of buying handmade watercolors just because I feel like I have the colors already in some respect, so I talked myself out of it. Oh, that's cool, Box. I love that idea for a college. That's fantastic. Right, Cat? Isn't that freaky? That freaks me out. Oh, yeah, Box. I hear you. Oh, the next thing I'm gonna do once I bust out of all this is I'm gonna start making figures, because my husband, in his free time, he makes figures. And we both know enough about resin and enough about 3D printing. I mean, my freaking college degree is in 3D modeling and stuff, so I've got skills that aren't being used, so I want to go back to using those for a bit. I'll probably make figures of a few of my Guardians from my Patreon, and definitely my Fey Reaper. That's really high up there right now. That might be one of the first I do. I might do one test figure of some other kind and then go straight for doing that. I'm very excited for that. So once I get all my stuff done, you can expect me to start doing that. But I can't in my right mind take free time to start doing these things while I owe people stuff. Like, my conscience will not allow it. It's a blessing and a curse. I have too much conviction where it just eats me up if I do it. So I gotta wait. But I swear, if anybody here is a patron, you will know where I'm at with that. And I will show you how I do stuff. Because I know I'd want to see. If I was somebody's patron and they started doing stuff like that, I want to know how. Before the pandemic hit, we actually bought a 3D printer. And my husband's made a few things on it. Whenever he gets free time, which is like never now, but there was a small bit of time when we first got it. He was able to. So I can't wait to dig into that. Go back to my jewelry making. I have a couple ideas for some cool little toys. I guess they'd be toys that aren't figures, but like they'd be considered toys. So I plan on doing those too. I'd like to make a couple more shirts to have in my shop. There's one that's halfway done. It's got an owl on it. I think I have like three or four shirts right now. I don't want to make like, I don't want to have like a fashion brand or anything like that. But I think having a few shirts would be nice. Just because all my illustrator friends have some shirts and they say they do pretty alright with them, so why not? They're fun to make. Oh my god, Serenity, no. Though I am gonna hold you ransom, I guess. You can't send those to us unless I can send you your package. Deal? Because you have made me wait so long to send that to you, and it's done. It's been done for years. Years. Thank you, Eb. Is that what you want to be called too, by the way? Eb? 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 Am I saying that right? So another 3 years. However long it takes. I just want us to be on the same page with that. EB? Okay. EB. I suppose they don't let you put periods in the name, do they? EB. You got it. I'll do my best to remember. If I forget, please forgive me and remind me gently. I try my best. It's hard to tell what these nests are made out of. It just looks like random plant matter, honestly. Oh yeah, I'm sure. If they were both capitalized, that might help me know that it's E and B, especially since you can't put periods in it to make it look like an abbreviation. But if the B was also capitalized, I think I would have said EB. So if you're looking for more people to maybe not make the same mistake, you could try capitalizing it. Might help. Though that is also a top-up, or toss-up. Top-up, oh my god. Really? That's weird. Now you got me so curious as to what they are, but you do not need to say. Remember, anytime you're on Twitch, you do not need to say your age or anything like that, because apparently Twitch can, like, come after you as a streamer if somebody says, like, their age in your chat or something. Which is kind of scary. I guess it makes sense. You don't want minors throwing out their age. Cute. Really, Serenity? Your name? That's weird. I would have thought that was a German name. Crazy. Shows what I know. Is it really? I thought that's how you spelled it. Or have you only been spelling it the American way for me? Now I'm confused. Oh, sorry for all my yawning. Oofta. Maybe I've been misspelling it now because I always thought it was the way that you just spelled it. I'm trying to remember now. Completely forgot whatever this one is. I feel really dumb. Completely forgot this little guy. Just happens. Oh, did you? Oh, right. It's okay. That's gotta be kind of pretty, though. I still think that's really pretty. I don't know. I bet it gets annoying for you, but I don't know. I still think it's pretty. Which one next? Fall? Winter? Summer? Summer's gonna be a whole thing. Maybe I'll do winter. Winter could be fun. I'll do fall next. I need to go from one extreme to another, I think. Hold on. Sorry, I forgot the pencil sharpener is on. Oh my god. That's really cool, Box. I think that's so cool. Sorry. I know I sub you now. No, that was awesome. I think your name is so cool. Seriously. I'm jealous. That's neat. I'm big on alliteration and, you know, all kinds of things like that, so I think the fact that your name rhymes like that is pretty neat. And now my eye is watering for some reason. I need to wash my fingertips. That's the only bad thing too about pastels. You have to like clean off your fingertips pretty often and make sure they're not oily when you're using them to blend. So now that I'm going to use white, really got to make sure I don't have any left. And while I'm here, actually what I typically use, and I don't have it with me here, that's why I just use water and a paper towel, but I have one of these things and I have a sponge in it, and I just put some water on it and I just wipe my fingers on a wet sponge. That way I can reuse it and everything. But that one is a little bit tough because I hate the texture of wiping like wet fingers on a sponge. But like anything does it to me, like this paper towel texture, any kind of, I don't know why that gets me, but ugh. Oh yeah, they're disastrous. It's true. Let's put in the sun again, so we've got the sun here. Sometimes putting in either the brightest thing or the darkest thing will help you to adjust your boldness accordingly. So I suggest doing that when you can. So we got that. It's not really a full circle, but it doesn't matter because we're going to be softening it up. Oops. It's the only problem with this. That's actually snow. Yeah, I've heard that. That graphite you can paint with looks so cool, but yeah, I've heard kind of horror stories about it. I love the shit out of pastels though. I think it's like getting an airbrush effect without all the mess. So I enjoy it. And how I use big areas with pastels, I have the pastel chalk sticks. What I technically do is I take one of the chalk sticks and I take like a piece of paper or something, and I take a razor blade and I take the chalk stick and I basically go like this to it, and I make sure I have really fine powder, and then I kind of swirl it around with my finger or a paintbrush and I brush it onto a piece if it's a really big area. If I'm using pastels on like a 8x10 or a 9x12 or bigger, I use it that way. Because you can't really take the chalk sticks and get big areas because you're going to get lines from the hard edges of the chalk. You can't use these because you'll get lines. So you really have to actually like shave off part of the pastel and use it almost like a, an airbrush, a powder. Smudging is very satisfying. Yes, it is. It really can be. Like I said earlier, I'm going to cut into these other things so it looks brighter. And this is one of those traditional art things I feel like a lot of people have trouble with because it's one of those make or break things sometimes, especially if you do it with a pen or anything like that. Because then you're just destroying your lines, so you kind of have to know what you're doing when you do it. But it's worth it. It helps create that halo glow to stuff. to make sure this looks like a pile of snow up here too, otherwise it looks like I just missed a spot. There you go, that's a bit better. Okay, Saphira. There you go, that's a bit better. Yeah. I like doing snow scenes with pastels. Since pastels are so soft, it really suits it. Feels very nice. Honestly, the snow should be a little bit lighter though than the actual sky. So that gets to be tough. If that is a hard sound for you to listen to, let me know. I will try my best to do something about it. It's nice because the purple shadows still basically stay on the snow that I made earlier. And then if you don't like where it is, you can just erase some of it. Thanks, Cat. I like being considerate. I don't want anybody to be put out. Plus, I think there's a lack of consideration just in general in America, and I think that's very sad. So, it's always about people worrying about themselves and how their situation is instead of other people's. So I think it's important to actually ask people how they're doing. See if you can make them more comfortable. I really don't see a downside to that. Thank you, Isabel. I'm glad, because I really wanted to look cozy. I'm gonna kind of undo what I did. Now that I remember that snow, I want the snow to be brighter than the actual background. Nice thing about pastels, they erase. I'll probably go in with a little bit of a blue or something, maybe even another purple, and make the surrounding area darker. Maybe. I'm trying to remember if the actual sun is orange, a purpley day. I think this would be the moon. Yeah, I think that's technically the moon then. If that's the case, I'll make the moon a little bit warmer. And then once I cut off all the edges on this, it'll look a little bit better. But, you know, I've got these crop lines here, so it looks a little janky. You'd be surprised how good it looks once you've cut off all the bleed. It looks so much better. It's funny sometimes because once in a while I'll feel like a piece isn't done, and then I cut off the bleed and I'll be like, oh, never mind, it's done. Like sometimes it looks like it's not finished when it's still got the bleed on. So sometimes it's good to actually like take, if you've got a template, take it. Let's see if I can grab one here. Take a template and hold it on it so you can kind of see what it'd be like once you've got it cropped. Where'd my template go? Oh, there it is. Okay. So to kind of test if it is done or not, you can take your template and look at it and be like, oh, that's further along than I thought. But then without it, it's like, it doesn't look done at all. See what I mean? Like, you really trick yourself sometimes. I usually have those things pretty close by for that reason, because otherwise I'll feel like I'm never done. Sometimes I'll go right up onto things with the pastels because I can just erase them off. So if I want it, I can go in here and just kind of erase it away. Remember, one finger per color, and when you run out of fingers, you probably have to clean them up again. It's like that purple orange glow though in winter. That pink that happens. Let's see if I can get some of that in here. Because between the orange and the purple, that would be this pink. Yellow finger. Purple and pink finger. guess I kind of use the markers like an underpainting. When anybody puts like down a watercolor wash or something like that, that's kind of what I'm doing with the marker. So that on top I can do this pastel pass. Yeah. It works pretty well, right? Oh, what is your favorite sad movie? Or what's your favorite movie that when you watch it gets you instantly happy? Doesn't have to be a comedy either. Just one that makes you happy. Labyrinth makes you sad? Oh. Yeah, remembering David. Poor David. Happy movie. Like maybe for a happy movie, one that pays off really good and feels super satisfying at the end. Could be any type of movie, as long as it makes you happy at the end. Trying to think of one for me. I know there's one that's got like a really exciting ending. I like those ones where they end really upbeat and exciting. I can't think of one right now. Oh, yo. Okay. Galaxy Quest. That is a fun movie, and it has a really satisfying ending. Totally underrated movie. I love it. Everybody is fantastic in that movie. So good. Yeah, like a movie you can cheer at. Is it? Oh, EB. Is it Scary Thunder or Nice Thunder? Oh, I guess my rain is song is going along with that then, huh? Ooh, a nice heavy rain. We got that yesterday, actually. No thunder, though. But maybe it's for the best because our newest pup is still getting over that. Oh my god, Box, I love that. A Muppet Christmas Carol. I haven't seen that in so long. I should really watch it again. I bet I'd probably appreciate it more as an adult. I'm sure when I saw it when I was little, I didn't even... I probably enjoyed it, and I just never thought more about it, but I bet now I'd love it. Endgame? I could see that. Last Unicorn? Yeah, that's a good one too. I think they were making a live action of that. Like they're making live action of everything, but I heard something about that. I don't know how true that is now. I don't know if the project died or what, but they were. The song, yeah, the song's good. Coach Carter. What's Coach Carter, Cat? It sounds familiar, but I can't place it. Who was in that? Love horror stuff and for Coach Carter, Cat. Who was in Coach Carter? Okay, my hopes all kinds of grief for being scared of things like Labyrinth, Dark Crystal, and he showed me a celebrated movie in the UK, and I've never been more terrified. Oh no. Oh, I've seen Watership Down. The old one is great. Yeah, if that's the one he showed you, that is a great movie. The new one, they took out a lot of the violence, not as true to the book as the old one is. Yeah, the original is awesome. I loved it. I'm sorry. I think it's great. Yeah, I agree with Serenity. It's great. Legend has an amazing end scene with, so I used to be obsessed with Legend. The end song is done by the lead singer of Yes. His name is John Anderson. And his voice in that song is phenomenal. Also, the end credits song was covered by the band that Trent Reznor started with his wife called How to Destroy Angels. They covered Is Your Love Strong Enough, and it's awesome. Is Your Love Strong Enough is also a really good song, the 80s one. But anyway, Legend has a wonderful end scene that's like a cheering, great payoff ending. I love that. It's a good one. It's also super Legend of Zelda too. If you're really big into Zelda, because I am a huge Zelda fan. Played every Zelda. You would very much enjoy Legend. I remember back in the day when the internet was new, there was a rumor that went around that Legend inspired Zelda, but there's no way that it could. Like, the timing wasn't right, but either way, it was still, like, it was cute to think of Tom Cruise as Link and Mia Sara as Zelda. It would be cute. Yeah, Watership Down's cool. We have trains here. That's a real train. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, Tim Curry was the best devil. However, if we're going for Lucifer and not the devil, I think the best Lucifer ever was actually Peter Stormare in Constantine. I loved that version of Lucifer. Awesome. He's so good. I loved his little violent tattoos creeping out of his collar of his tux. So good. Dripping feet with tar. Oh, so good. It's so subtle, but I love it. It's so good. It's so good. Subtlety, man. I'm all about it. And I know Constantine the movie is so far off from the comic. I know. But I don't care. It was a good standalone movie. Like, if you separate it from the actual comic, it's a good movie. Like, it's fun. It's good. It's fun. Tilda Swinton. Oh my God. How can you not love her in that movie? She is amazing in that movie. She's a fantastic Gabriel. I love her. I love her in anything. Let's be honest. But, no, that movie's just fun. It's good fun. You tried really hard not to like it. Oh, man. It was so fun, though. Right? She was so good. And all the, like, artistic details in that movie. Like, her final form in the end, when her arms are covered in medical bracelets. How cool is that? Like, as kind of a harbinger of mortality. Like, oh, so cool. So cool. I don't know, I loved her. What is a movie you always cry at? Now, I'm not a big crier, but when I do cry, it's usually for the same theme, and it's usually about aging or like a story that's kind of started when someone was young and ended when they were old. I basically cry at any movie like that, as long as it's well written. I have a tough time with that. Like, I love the shit out of Benjamin Button. I know a lot of people don't really jive with that movie and they think it's creepy. I fucking love it. I think it's a great story. I think it was acted wonderfully, and I think it's very tragic and sad. And I think it's very true to life that no matter what, we all have a certain amount of time that's actually like a prime time in our life. And then you kind of don't get it back. Like, both him and Kate Blanchett, like, had like a span of maybe 20 years where they were like perfectly in sync. And then it kind of broke away again. I thought that was very beautiful and tragic, and I think it's a great movie. It's one of my favorite ones to just kind of pop in. I like kind of narrated stories like that. I guess Forrest Gump would be kind of like that too, in a way. More comical, but still. Yeah, Titanic. I haven't seen Dog's Purpose yet, but everybody I talked to said it would destroy me, so I'm kind of waiting. The Notebook was a little too predictable for me, but it was cute. I don't know why I have a thing against Rachel McAdams. I have no reason for it. I don't know why. Sometimes I don't like her as a blonde. I think that's it. Any role she's in where she's a blonde, I have trouble. Like, I liked her in Doctor Strange, but I didn't like her in Mean Girls or in The Notebook, really. I don't really have anything to back that up. I really don't. Oh, I have to see the Book of Life still. Kanto made a lot of people cry. I'm actually really surprised at that. I would not have guessed that, but after some people brought it to my attention, I was like, oh, I guess, yeah, I could see that. No, so like, remember what I said about the aging thing? So when I did see Up the first time, I mean, everybody cried at that, but I want to say me especially. And then when WALL-E first came out, I had this huge thing for just inanimate objects. I think I had some sort of a psychosis at the time. I'll just be honest about that. I had this thing where if I saw something that was an inanimate object, like crushed or it was destroyed, I thought it felt pain. Like, I was all over the place with my emotions with it. Like, this was back in maybe beginning of college, somewhere in there. I don't know. But I had it for a long time, and so when I saw WALL-E, and robots were like my favorite thing in the world because they were, you know, inanimate objects and the feeling and stuff. I cried for the first 20 minutes of WALL-E. Like, I cried. I loved every detail about it, everything. It's weird, I didn't give a shit about Toy Story. Except Jessie's song. Jessie's song made me cry. Originally. But yeah. I remember my boyfriend at the time looking at me while I was crying during WALL-E, and he's like, the movie just started. Why are you bawling? And I had to explain it to him, but oh, the whole thing was so cute. It was so cute. I cried so hard. So dumb. Oh. The 90s one? Yeah. That one's still super enjoyable, man. I watched that the other day. I love that movie. Oh my god, why would somebody have the Up Sad song at their wedding? That's gonna make everyone lose it. Dancer in the Dark? What's that about? Oh, I cry at Batteries Not Included too. Oh my god. When I was a kid, cried. When I'm an adult, cry. Batteries Not Included is... oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, and The Green Mile. I cry at The Green Mile too. John Coffey, man. He did not deserve that. Mr. Bojangles. I'm a monster. I didn't cry enough. Oh no, Severa. Yeah, Green Mile got me, man. John Coffey. Love John Coffey. I actually did fan art of him back in the day. I loved him so much. Oh, that's a good one too. Oh, a feel-good one that always makes me happy. Chocolate, whatever you want to call it. That movie, I feel like, got done dirty. Like, the marketing for that, I avoided that movie forever because the marketing just looked like it was some sappy, shitty romance. It's a good feminist story. Like, I don't go looking out for feminist movies or anything like that. I mean, there's nothing wrong with them, and if I see them, I'm happy about it. But when I saw that, I was like, oh my god, the marketing for this is bullshit. It was totally done improperly. Like, the cover should have been the mom and the daughter, Anouk and, what the hell is her name? Vivian? It was like a V name. It should have had them on the cover in their red robes, like their red cloaks they wore everywhere. That, It was about them two. It wasn't about her and Johnny Depp. I mean, that was like this much of it. He didn't even show up till like over halfway through the movie. That bothered me. Because it's like they just wanted to get Johnny Depp on the cover. It's like, man, this movie was about so much more than Johnny Depp. It got done dirty. So sad about that. That is one of my favorite movies. Hands down. It's also got Peter Stormare in it. I am a big Peter Stormare fan. I love him. I think he's great. And Alfred Molina's in that, and he's good. And Judi Dench is amazing in it. Every actor in that movie is great. Oh, Carrie-Anne Moss is in it? Come on. Trinity? So good. Right? My God, it's amazing. Handheld camera. Oh, but it's a Bjork movie. Oh my God, are you serious? Box, I don't think I could watch that movie. That would destroy me. There are so many movies that it's like you can't watch again because it will wreck you for like a week. I feel like Requiem for a Dream is one. What Dreams May Come always really throws me off the rails. Like, I'm messed up for a day or two after that one if I watch it. God, there's a couple. I know there are. I can't remember the other one. But there are movies you can't really watch again. Either because they mess you up or because, like, you just can't watch them again. Like, The Prestige. I feel like I can't really watch that again because it had so many twists, and then once you know them all, you're like, well, I mean, I guess it's pretty, so there's that. Oh yeah, Interview with the Vampire is great. I have to see Judi Dench's deleted scene. I haven't seen that. Oh, I didn't even think about looking up deleted scenes. There's another one I just had on the tip of my tongue, too. Shit. Oh, Big Fish. I love Big Fish. That is a great movie. Oh, it's so sad. I bawl at the end of that, too. Because he, you know, it's a story of his life, and it has to do with the aging thing. Oh, but it was so magical, and I love Ewan McGregor, and I love that movie. It's great. And honestly, I feel like, and this is my personal opinion, that was Tim Burton's last good movie. I feel like everything after that is just shit. That's just me, though. If you love it, awesome. If you love, like, all the Alice in Wonderlands he did and everything, awesome. But man, Big Fish, I feel like, was, like, his... Oh, man. It's like where he could be dark without being stereotypical. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's hard to explain. Yeah, it was really hard. The main twist in Prestige. Bill and Morty, oh my God. Rick and Morty has an episode that is like an ode to the Prestige, and it is just as fucked up. Oh yeah, Moulin Rouge is sad. Oh, Australia. Australia is actually my favorite Baz Luhrmann movie. And I know a lot of people who like Baz Luhrmann and they don't like that movie. I can't watch The Great Gatsby. I hated the book and I can't watch the movie because I want to just strangle the shit out of Daisy. She drives me nuts. She's such an idiot. I know she's tragic and she's trapped and all this shit, but I want to strangle her. I know, right? I love Nulla. Nulla's the cutest little boy. And like, I will put in Australia if I'm just chilling and I want, a story in the background. it is a nice one. It's got great acting in it, obviously. I mean, you look at who's in it, it's great. And it's a good movie. It's a nice story movie. Right? I love Australia. Thank you, Mango! This is the winter portion of... This one's spring. This one's fall. I haven't started coloring this one yet, and this one's summer. We're doing like a little hummingbird family throughout the seasons. But thank you for joining us. Oh, yeah, that association, Sophia. Yeah, I try not to do things on the day that we have to put bets down for that reason. I don't want to have that association. Yeah, I can't stand The Great Gatsby, dude. It pisses me off way too much. Mice and Men is really sad. It always tears me up. I want a movie right now. Right? A movie night would be fun. I don't like it when the end of the story leaves me depressed or mad. Yeah. Oh my god, I hate movies that make me mad. Ugh. At the end and nothing resolves. Oh, that drives me crazy. I will be mad for days. Were you really, Box? Oh no. Oh no. Should I do something about that? Oh, I don't know what You Before Me is. But if it pisses you off, it probably would piss me off. I don't want to know what that is. It's probably like people dying beforehand. Oh my god. Simon Birch. Simon Birch left me angry. I was so upset and sad and just mad. Oh my god. I think I was yelling at the screen. If I remember it, I was so mad. Oh. I hate it when people get ill-treated. Yeah, why did I just watch that? You didn't know. You have to forgive yourself. You didn't know. Unless you watched it again and you've already seen it and then you put yourself through that. Then you blame yourself. Yeah, then it's your fault. 100%. Oh my god. Some movies just, make me so mad. Now I'm trying to think of other movies. Oh, if anybody's seen Nightmare Alley, the new one. Sorry, I should say the new one with Bradley Cooper. It's a good movie, like production quality, the acting, the actors, all the stuff, but you knew what was coming. And that ending just, it's like, it was predictable. You knew how he was going to end up. After they showed you the one thing, it's like, some of Del Toro's things, like, I feel like Del Toro's almost becoming almost a Shyamalan. Like, I'll stand by M. Night Shyamalan for a few things. Like, Lady in the Water is still really fun, I think. I enjoyed Devil to an extent. I still want to see Old. Like, I like a fair amount of his things. We don't talk about The Last Airbender. I know. But you gotta give him credit for what he's done. He made a cultural impact with Sixth Sense. You have to admit that. But, like, I feel like Del Toro's becoming that because Crimson Peak was not very good. Nightmare Alley was not very good. Like, there's a few things that he does, it's like total misses. Oh, thank you, Greg. How you been? Plot holes and things. Oh, yeah. But action movies are so fun. Like, Gabe and I watched Hobbs and Shaw a couple months back, and it was just fun. We actually watched Red Notice on a whim, too. And I usually don't like Gal Gadot, but that one was fun. And I actually liked her role in it. Ryan Reynolds was being Ryan Reynolds, though. Like, there's some movies I'm more than okay just kind of shutting my brain off and watching. Especially if I'm working while watching, then I'm like, yeah, whatever. I'm at least doing something productive, you know? Yeah, every Fast and Furious. Gabe keeps trying to get me to watch all of them in a row, and we watched the first two, and I'm like, man, these are so damn bad. Like, eventually they get better, and I know they get better in terms of, like, just not as cheesy and a little bit more fun and having a little bit more backstory. But, man, those first couple are painful. Painful bad. No. You know what was surprising, though? I will say the most surprising movies that I watched in 2021, Magic Mike. Magic Mike 1 and 2. 2 is way better than 1. But Gabe and I watched them both, and we're like, huh. Those were enjoyable. I'll admit it. Total left field, but I had fun with them. They're fun. We liked them. Joe Manganiello is great, and he's a D&D nerd, and he's fucking ripped to shit, and that's crazy. And we had fun with those. They were great. I don't know. It's fun. No. Channing is funny because I think he hits and misses in some things. Like, Dear John was a terrible movie. I watched that one in a hotel room at a convention, and I wanted to kill myself. Like, it was... Usually Amanda Seyfried is okay, too, but that movie was like, oh. But when Channing is funny, like in 21 Jump Street and stuff, he's funny. But, I don't know. I thought they were enjoyable. Like, I liked how they treated the strippers in kind of a cute way. Like, they all had their cute little personality quirks and their self-conscious things. I don't know. I thought it was treated pretty cute. Kind of turned things on its head for me. Because I was expecting something totally different. I'll admit. Totally different. I can tell I'm getting distracted. Sorry. Tell Gabe I miss his lovely face. I will do that, Greg. True, Mango. True. I'll have to look those up, Box. Usually our like go-to fun in the background ones are like Step Brothers, Talladega Nights, just stupid Will Ferrell type movies. The things that we quote a million times to each other. Oh, really? That sounds so cute. Oh, I like Tu Wong Fu for that reason. Tu Wong Fu was really cute back in the day. I don't know if it would fly now, but like if it would age well, but I don't know. You detest Will Ferrell movies? I think for me it depends, because yeah, there are some I hate with him. Like, I don't like Elf. I do not like Elf. I think he's annoying in Elf. I hate that movie. I can't do it. I just can't. But some I like. Like, I don't know. Some are alright. So for him, it's kind of hit and miss for me. Yeah, I'm not a fan of Elf either. But yeah, Talladega was funny for me. Step Brothers was funny. I can totally see how it would annoy the shit out of some people, though. Oh, yeah. I get it. If you hate it, I get it. But it also has Adam Scott in it, and I love Adam Scott. Oh, yeah. No, cringe things, though. I'm with you on that. Like, man, I gotta be in the mood to watch The Office. I can't just turn on The Office and let it go. Like, I have to mentally prepare for things like The Office. So otherwise, I get stressed out. I get seriously stressed out. Auntie Mame is beautiful and amazing. I want her to be your aunt. It's like from 58 Cents Clean Humor. Oh, cute. Clean Humor is so cute, though. I love Clean Humor. So underrated. I think that's what I actually like for the most part with Seinfeld, is watching it lately. It's like, it's if it gets gross, it's like middle school gross, like boogers or spit or things like that. Like, it's not gross like today on TV gross, you know? So watching it is pretty easy. And it's weird because some episodes are kind of progressive, but some are super regressive. So it's really weird that both things can be in the same show. Really strange. I haven't seen Eurovision. Nightmare Before Christmas. I know a lot of people that love that one. Not one of my favorites, but I totally get it. I get it. I get why it's fun. British humor is more sarcastic than cringe. Yeah, I could see that, Kat. Definitely. Like, I can't watch Night at the Roxbury because Will Ferrell is just terrible in it. And there's another one that I had trouble with too. But it's like those other ones, like Blades of Glory was really hard to watch. Balls of Fury. I know they're not Will Ferrell movies, but they're in the same vein. It was bad, man. Bad. Couldn't watch them. I feel like Dodgeball was kind of the same way. I have a problem with Ben Stiller. Like, I like Ben Stiller in dramas, like Royal Tenenbaum's Ben Stiller, but as, like, funny Ben Stiller, I can't really do that. It's kind of how I feel about Adam Sandler. I feel kind of the same way about Adam Sandler. Like, I love him in sweet roles, or, like, kind of a semi-serious role, but if he's being his Billy Madison, Happy Gilmore self, I'm like, yeah. I don't know, man. Yeah, Dodgeball's a little bit too for me. Though Jason Bateman's character is adorable. I can't do Vince Vaughn. I can't do Vince Vaughn. Like, there's an era where he was considered sexy, and I don't get it. I'm not in that boat. I do not understand that one. He just seems so judgy. I don't know. The Wow guy. Who's the Wow guy? Trying to know what you're thinking about. Wow guy. Oh, Owen Wilson? Wow. I feel like, again, I like him in roles where he's not being himself. So, like, he's kind of cute in any Wes Anderson, I feel like. Like, Darjeeling Limited was cute with him. I really liked him as Ned Plimpton in Life Aquatic, but like I don't like him in a lot of other things. Oh my god, I tried watching Marley and Me, and I already hate Jennifer Aniston. I didn't know she was in that. So that was like, ugh. And then I started watching it, and I'm like, this is awful. This is a terrible movie. And Owen Wilson's in it too, and I'm like, this is just boring. And I'm supposed to love this dog, and I really don't love this dog right now because these people treat this dog like crap. Like, I don't know. Okay. Yeah, it was pretty bad. And I was like, is it because everybody loved the book that people are like, oh, the movie? But I started watching it because everybody seemed to be into it, and I was like, I can't do this. What? I don't know. Anyway, I'm not trying to put down anything anybody's into. If you're into whatever you're into, man, I like stuff other people hate. Totally. I get it. So, there's just people and preferences, man. I've totally not been paying attention to what I'm doing. Sorry. You get me talking. This is why I don't usually talk about movies and games and stuff, because I will just start talking about them and focusing on that and not on what I'm doing. So, apologies. I've probably just been milling at this. I don't even know where the past 20 minutes went. Does that mean I had fun? Is that what fun is? Is I having fun? Yeah, I haven't done the Saw movies thing. I don't know. I don't want to put myself through watching somebody swim through a needle pit. That's not really what I want to do with my time right now. I don't know. I mean, I like some horror movies, but usually they have some either psychological element to them or they've got some really cool visuals. So if I'm watching a horror movie, it's usually for one of those things. However, the new Freddy Krueger with the guy that played Rorschach, that looked like it was gonna be fun. I don't know if it's out or not. Maybe it did come out. I don't know. But it looked like it was gonna be fun. I'll admit it. It had some surprising names in it too. I was like, what are you doing in here? But, no. Yeah, animals dying is a rough one. But it's like, for Marley and Me, the fact that I didn't like the people, and I swear I only got like a quarter of the way through it. I got to the point where they got back and the dog had like destroyed the garage or something, so I guess I'm missing a lot of the story. Either way though, I don't think I was going to enjoy that movie with them too. I don't like those people. But, well, yeah, Old Yeller was messed up. I'm trying to remember the most traumatizing animal movie for me. Oh man, I don't know. I always cry at Milo and Otis. I know it's not traumatizing, but man, life, you know? Milo and Otis will give it to you. I mean, there's the sad ones like Bambi and Secret of Nim and stuff. There's another one that's... All dogs go to heaven is sad. Oh, Land Before Time. We always talk about that. I don't know how we always get back to Land Before Time on the stream, but we always do. I don't get it. To make kids read. Oh, cute. Performance reviews. Oh, Bucks. That's cute. Oh yeah, Homeward Bound's good though. That has a good ending. That's a satisfying ending. Oh, Peter. It's good. It's good. That's a happy one though. can't I remember the ones that really messed me up, though? I'm trying so hard. I know there's an animal one that really messes me up. I am blanking really hard. I can't remember it. I don't know what's going on with me, but I cannot remember that. Yeah, I guess. I'm trying, man. Oh yeah, we were talking about Watership Down earlier. It's a great movie. At least the old one is. I can't speak to the new one. The new one apparently has less of an impact, we'll say. I was getting there. Cujo, yeah. Yeah, my brain might not want to remember. God, I'm trying so hard though. Start naming animal movies. Like, I can't think of it. I think there was an original Frankenweenie, not the Tim Burton one. There was an original one. I think it was that had this one scene where after the dog got hit by a car, the kid was in the street in the rain in the middle of the night going through the mud in the street. And I thought the mud when I was a kid was like the dog's intestines and things. And so it really fucked me up. But I don't think that's what it was. I think it was just mud. But either way. Yeah, I'm so mad I can't remember this right now. Really? The original one was by him? No way. No way. Maybe it was another one though where it got hit by a car. Does anybody remember what I'm talking about? Does the original have the dog get hit by a car and he's in the street? Maybe it is. Maybe I'm just being dumb. Yeah, because that's the dog. But I feel like it was a lot older. Oh wait, it's got Shelley Duvall. Yeah, I think this is it. God, Serenity? I think you're right. Yeah, and the poodle with the hair. Oh my god, this was it. Who is that little boy? He looks like ridiculously familiar. Why would he remake it? Was there a scene though in the road? Do you remember that? Serenity, since this is like more in your mind. Weird. That little boy has to be from something. He looks way too familiar. Anyway, yeah, I should stop thinking about it because then maybe it will come back. Yeah, the original's live action. Yeah. Yeah, if it was animated, I wouldn't have had like a problem with him digging in the street for dog guts, but yeah, I don't know why I can't remember. There is one though, I know there is. Anyway, who wants to talk about something else for right now? Maybe it'll pop into my head. I don't think it's Frank and Winnie. There's Frank and Weenie. Like he's a little Frankenstein dog. I need to find my picture here again. It's called Frank and Weenie, yeah. Like Frankenstein, but Frank and Weenie. What happened to all my pictures of the hummingbirds? There they are. Okay. I don't know if the old one's a Disney movie. I know the new one was. The old one feels too dark to be Disney, but I don't know. Did it? Oh. I think in my head it's a lot darker of a movie than it actually is. That's my guess anyway. I think that one part just like messed me up. Yeah, but if there's any movie that... Oh. There is one recently that really effed me up. Water for Elephants. Oh, I already have a soft spot for elephants. So, in that movie, it's about a traveling circus. There's a couple scenes of Christoph Waltz like beating the shit out of a elephant, and it's really kind of hard to watch. I'm not okay with that. I know it's fake and everything, but oh my god, elephants. Need to protect elephants. Poor big babies. I love them so much. I guess any movie that has somebody beating up an animal or a person that is unable to defend themselves, I will get unreasonably angry, or reasonably, depending on how you look at it, and be extremely upset. Basically. Yeah, I think that's a fair rule. Oh, I see. Serenity. That makes sense. Oh, Chumaine and Mango, thank you for the follows. I'm sorry I didn't see them at all. Man, I must have been on some kind of tirade or something. So sorry. I did not even see that. Trains have no chill. I really don't mind that we have trains that are kind of crazy. We have a lot of trains that go through around here, but it's funny. They keep going. They keep blowing the thing. I kind of want to talk to somebody who's like in charge of trains so I can understand what it's for, or at least, you know, like which whistles mean what thing and all that stuff, just so I know what's going on. So otherwise they're just blowing a whistle to blow a whistle. Grumpy trains. Have I seen Mowgli? Yes, the new live action CG mix Jungle Book. Yeah, I think I saw that in the theater. Unless... No, were there two? I feel like there were two. I feel like there's Mowgli and then there's the Jungle Book redo. Whichever one has Christopher Walken as an orangutan or the big king monkey guy, I did not like that one. That whole scene of him like dancing and singing was not okay. So when they get close to an intersection, they have to bow the horn. Really? But they're not near an intersection. Are you sure it's just for an intersection? Then I don't think I've seen Mowgli. I think I've seen the Jungle Book. The new Jungle Book. Oh no, Beth, what happens? Does it have to do with elephants? No. Oh no. Taught what to your drivers, EB? Oh, I know, Sophia. I was just thinking about that. I heard Gabe go outside and it made me think about it. I'm almost trying to think if a break would even do anything. Or if I should just stop and then just finish the rest of this offline. I don't know. I guess I could also stream tomorrow sometime if I wanted to. Yeah, work on other Patreon stuff too, though. I don't know. Honestly, I'm just getting hungry again. Let me text Gabe. Where the hell's my phone? Oh my god, what does that all mean, Evie? Oh no, Beth. No. By people? People hurting other animals? Oof. Oof. Oh, school bus driver instructor. Cool. So do you need to honk your horn as a school bus driver, like, near train tracks? Is that part of it? That's so interesting. I'm trying to think of, like, school bus questions now. Like, what am I thinking of? Because I know you need to open and close the door. Why do you need to open and close the door? I've always wondered that. Is it in case, like, you get stuck on the tracks with that the door's open? For school buses? I've always wondered this. Oh, not the bus. The white flashing light, from what I understand, is for fog. That's like when it's really foggy out, so that people can see you from behind you easier, or just in every direction, from what I understand. Oh. Got it. See, that's interesting. I didn't know that. I'm learning so much today. You learn so much when you stream. So many people. Oh, helicopters. Cool. I guess that makes sense too. Like if you get stuck somewhere, they can find you easily. Wow. That makes sense. Alright, maybe I should take a break, see how I feel. If I come back and I don't feel any more awake, I guess I can duck out. But, alright, I'm gonna take a quick break then. Let's say, I don't know, 10 minutes? 10 minutes or so. I'm gonna go try to pep myself up. I think if I get too much in the zone, I get kind of tired. Hi, Cabranium. I'm going to duck out for like 10 minutes, take a break. I've been on for 5 hours, so I'm going to take a quick break and then I will come back. I didn't know that either, Evie. That's crazy. That is so interesting. Dang it. So interesting. Alright, I'm gonna put these down so people kind of know what we've been up to. Here, I'll put this down too. So it looks a little bit better. Maybe. Maybe it doesn't look that much better. It's whatever. There you go. Alright. 10 minutes. 10 minutes. And then I'll be back, okay? Hang tight. Okay, how long was that? Was that 10 minutes? I don't even know if that was 10 minutes. Sorry if it was longer than 10 minutes. Alright, so I am tired, I'll be honest. I'm tired. But we'll keep going for a little bit, see how it is. If I'm still tired, I'll peace out. But for the moment, I've got a little bit of coffee. Not very much, because remember, I'm trying to quit my caffeine issues. Alright, so it's not much, it's just a little. Question your Patreon. I'm from Germany. You write $1 more for international, but I'm from Europe. We have euro, and I didn't know what happened if I pay in dollar with PayPal. I have only euro in my wallet. Okay, so what you should be able to do is it should convert it for you. Patreon's pretty good about that. So, I don't know what the screen looks like for you when you're checking out, you know, but as long as you're not doing the yearly thing, it should be pretty okay. So if you just put, if you're doing, which one are you doing? Does it say? If you're doing the $4, just put in 5, and then it should translate it for you. Pretty sure. I wonder if I have anybody in the chat right now who's overseas. Oh, Kat! Kat, are you in the chat still? If not, that's cool. Or Isabel? I know you guys are overseas. Or at least international. I should stop saying overseas. Not everybody's overseas, actually. Ugh. Also, thank you for the follow, Cabranium. I appreciate it. Oh, Kat, okay. So you just put in $1 more than it said, the next number up? Awesome. So it did it for you. Thank you. Thank you. Does that help, Cabranium? I hope that helps. Yeah, but Sophia, you're not on a physical tier, right? You're just on the digital tier? Because I have the physical items have $1 more for international because the stamp costs $1 more than here. So I have them pay for the shipping. Oh, also, Tombows has alcohol markers too. And I got some to try them. But I honestly prefer water-based Tombows. But if you're into alcohol markers and you want thinner markers than both Prismacolor and Copic, you can get alcohol-based Tombows. So the difference is, this is an alcohol-based one, and then this is a water-based. Water-based are typically black, and the alcohol-based are white. If you get Tombows. Both Gabe and I really like Tombows. I just wish they were a standard size. They do not fit in any of my marker keepers at all. They, like, this is one of my old ones. They don't fit. And they're basically like this in all my marker stuff, so. Aw, thank you! I assume that's you, Cabranium. Thank you! Oh, you're gonna be a Curious Collector! Oh, that's exciting! I love it when I get new Curious Collectors. I love my Curious Collector tier. I think it's great. So this month, you're gonna be getting these guys. Right here. It's a little bit brighter than it should be. Let's see if I can change that. So these stickers, and then this one, and then you get a whole lore scroll that has a whole backstory on them, some lore. It's really kind of fun. These ones actually have a lot to do with spring and the transition of winter to spring and what they do. Try not to give too much away. What they do for, like, nature, like how they help nature to transition. So this is a bottle sticker that you can put put on whatever you want to, but I do have a little collector case for these too. And I don't even think a ton of my patrons even know this, but I have a whole section of my website devoted to past ones and also the Curious Collector case. I think you did it right, yeah. Pretty sure. Oh, are you, Saphira? No, so Canadian 414 I think is US 3. I think you're on the Loyal Leaf tier, aren't you? Because it might be charging you a little bit more. Because if you're on the actual $4 one, I think. I don't know. You'll have to double check. I totally can't remember. But yeah, there are these, and then they come with a lore scroll and then a little Guardian's gift, which is like a horoscope sort of thing that I made up. It's not the same, but it's, I don't know how else to describe it. It's like a fortune cookie, but elaborate. I don't know. Yeah, so $3 is the digital tier. So the conversion is $4.14. So then if somebody's on the $4, then it would probably be $5.14 or more. Then the $6, then either way, patrons shouldn't have to do the conversion. I think Patreon does that for you. My other tier is the Curious Collector tier. Sorry, Clover Card. My God, 5 hours of streaming makes your brain just mush. Clover Cards. And they are little trading cards of my art. And I know it looks like I'm crazy about birds right now. And I do like birds, but my stuff is not all birds. It's just a coincidence. And then on the back, there is a story about the front image. So sometimes it's old art, sometimes it's new art. Sorry, my alert box is crazy. Go away, alert box. So depending on what month it is, these you can't buy back versions of, but you can buy back versions of my Curious Collectors. It's just at a higher amount. So, all options. Let me see. I gotta change some stuff here. That is way too low. Urgh. Chat box. Ah, too bright. Too bright. Okay. Let's get back to actual art, right? That's why we're here. Art. Thank you for the sub, Evie. I appreciate that. I think one of these weeks, maybe the first week of April, every day I should do a new emote so I at least catch up with my emotes, because I am behind on my emotes. Alright, so it's spring. It's winter. God, summer is insane. I feel like I'm gonna have to tone down summer quite a bit to match. That's okay though. It's not a big deal. Maybe we should do that now. I don't know. Summer's gonna require a lot of thought. That's the only problem. Oh, PayPal pays it $1 to Patreon. Oh, good. That's good, right? Woo! I hope. Well, if at any point anything goes wrong, let me know and I will fix it however I can. Let's do this. God, I think these have to be brighter. Oh, they are at 100. Jesus, are you kidding me? It's still not that bright. Ha. Alright, back at it. Is everybody eating dinner already? Tell me what you ate for dinner. Yeah, I think it should be okay. Thank you for doing that, though. I hope you enjoy it. They should be going out in the next week, by end of this next week. So, you have not eaten yet. What's the best thing everyone's eaten in the past week? I actually made up a new meal for myself. I'm pretty much scratching at the bottom of the bin trying to figure out things I can eat. Because with my new, whatever you want to call it, dietary restrictions, I can't eat a whole lot of stuff. So, oh, twice baked potatoes. Oh. Oh no, it's 1:51 a.m. Here it's 8 o'clock. So technically I'm a little late for dinner, but then again I go to bed late and I wake up late. So it's a little different. Oh my god, Five Guys. Yes. Peanut oil. Aw, it's so good. Corned beef and cabbage, yes. Oh my god. I love cabbage. Oh my god. Oh really, Kat? You know what? I did too. Like my past favorite ones were air frying it and then pan frying it. But then I recently, since I can't do the gluten or dairy anything anymore because my body's stupid, I have this vegan butter that's very nutty. I think it's made out of cashews or something. And I started frying tofu in that. Oh my god, it's so good. It's like butter crusted. It reminds me of a butter crusted chicken back in the day, but it's tofu and it's like, oh my god. I also found out, and I can't have garlic or oregano anymore. My list of things I can't eat is just ridiculous. And I think it has to do with that hormone imbalance I mentioned earlier. Hopefully I can figure that out this week after I go to the doctor, because, man, I do not appreciate what my body is doing. I do not. I'm so jealous. All you having good foods. The thing I figured out was, first of all, zucchini is totally underrated. Totally underrated. And I kind of think it's superior to cucumber. At least for cooking. Zucchini is extremely versatile. I love it. I think it's great. So anyway, this new dish I have has like just a small amount of gluten-free pasta, because I have to have gluten-free pasta. Which isn't that bad, honestly. The brand I get doesn't taste weird gluten-free. Some gluten-free things taste terrible, but this doesn't. So I have that, and I mix in like kind of ground up tofu, pan caramelized onions, cooked with the zucchini so they all soak up all the stuff, and then a giant like gob of this veganese. If I still ate meat, I would still eat this veganese. It is beyond tasty. Don't think of it like it's replacing mayonnaise, because it doesn't taste like mayonnaise. It tastes like some completely other godly sauce. It's amazing. I love it so much. I use it on everything. It's fantastic. I can't stop loving it. So anyway, it makes a beautiful cream sauce if you're somebody who can't have dairy or anything like that. So, I don't know. Tell your friends. It's great. I think meat eaters should try it. Even if you eat meat, try dipping like some steak in it. It's just good. I also mix in horseradish in with it sometimes if I want that little bit of tang to it. Oh my god, it's so good. Oh my god. Megan, it's you. Yeah, how is everybody's, oh my god, St. Patrick's Day. Usually I stream on St. Patrick's Day because, hello, right? But I haven't for the past like 2 years, something like that. I usually have a fun event, and I usually dress up. Haven't done that, haven't had time, whatever. Anyway, what have you done for your St. Patrick's Day? Was it fun? Did you do something stupid? I want to hear about it. Let me know. Oh, really, Beth? Thank you. I'm glad you like the sun coming through there. It's got a long way to go, but... Yeah, zoodles. Zoodles are good. I love it. It makes you a lot more full, you know? Cow's milk and yeast. Yeah, I'm with you. Blue, I can't have gluten. I can't have yogurt. I can't have anything dairy. No cow milk, nothing, which is fine. I got off that a long time ago. But that also means cheese and butter, and that sucks. I can't do any of that. Can't do garlic. Can't do oregano. Can't do a few meats, but that's fine because I've been vegetarian for a while, whatever. But all these like allergies, these food allergies hit me within the past 2 years. And I recently found out I have a hormone imbalance, and I'm wondering if that has to do with it. If anybody here has experienced, like, been diagnosed with some sort of hormone imbalance and you're okay sharing your story with me, I would love to talk to you outside of the stream just about your experience. Because I am so analytical when it comes to this stuff. I like to talk to people who have had this similar scenario and talk to them about it. But anyway. Your burner account. Oh, Megan. Oh, yeah. Zucchini is so good. Yes. I've had the chocolate avocado pudding. It is good. It is really good. I'm with you on that, Beth. Sorry, Blue. Blue Geobean. Watch the Luck of the Irish. Oh, dude. Luck of the Irish is cute because it has Timothy Osmondson. I had a thing for him. Not in that movie, but in Xena. He was great in Xena. And Supernatural, he was great. I gotta go walk the dog and eat. Alright, Sophia, thank you. I do like spaghetti squash, yes. I know, I thought I would die if I couldn't have cheese either, but I slowly came off it. And, even though it hurt when I did have it, like, actually hurt. Like, when did my body start stabbing me from the inside? It's so stupid. Anyway, I have this Nutri-Yeast powder or whatever. It is not the same by any means. But you gotta do what you gotta do, or else you're in pain for an entire day and you get knocked on your ass. If I have gluten of any kind now, I'm out for like a day. It's stupid. I get really sick. But this nutritional yeast, you put it on stuff, and even popcorn, and it tastes like cheese. You don't get the nice stringy cheese effect, or that soft, pillowy, slimy cheese feeling, but you do get the cheese taste. It is very much like cheese, so I've had to deal. If you look at what you are now allergic to, does it include your main diet from the past 2+ years? Half of it, I would say, Blue. I was thinking that I got allergic to gluten because so many vegetarian things had gluten in it. It might have overloaded me. That's what I originally thought. But then half the other things, not as much. Like, it's really weird. It's like split down the middle. Yeah, I love him. He's great. His eyes, so pretty. He makes such a pretty old man. Let's do 6 hours of bed. Oh, you gotta get up in 6 hours? Yeah, you should probably sleep, Cabradium. Yeah, I'm sorry about your disease, Serenity. We're gonna find out what mine is soon. Cheers. Tuesday. I really think I might have PCOS or perimenopause. Those are my guesses. I've got a little mini bet going with myself. We're gonna see what happens. But anyway, I don't know what it could be. Could be a whole bunch of crap. Who knows? I just have never been allergic to anything in my life, so to now be allergic to stuff... Well, I guess I've been allergic to cats, but that was after I had cats my entire childhood, and then all of a sudden my allergies changed and I was really allergic to cats. I found out, too, after I had adopted 2 cats. This was back in, like, 2011? 2010, 2011, somewhere in there. We got 2 cats, and I just... Oh my god, I almost died. And I had no idea that I was that allergic to cats until we got them again, because I had them when I was growing up. I had like 7 cats growing up. And all of a sudden, I had talked to a doctor about it at one point, and they said your allergies can change every 7 years. And I thought that was so weird. I don't know if that goes for food allergies, but I know what he said about, cat and dog allergies and all sorts of stuff like that. So who knows? Maybe if you're allergic to something now and it hasn't changed, maybe there's still hope that, you'll not be allergic to it later. I don't know, maybe some of you have had experience with that before, where you've been allergic to something and then you're no longer allergic to something. I used to think the gluten thing was kind of a myth, but hell no, man. That shit is real, and it hurts. Pacific Northwest, oh no. Well, you probably shouldn't come to the Midwest either. You probably have a problem with that too. 9 food allergies. Was able to get rid of 7, but gained 5 new ones. They taught me a lot about female body that we don't learn at school. I believe that. Yeah, I did a food sensitivity test and it told me how allergic I was to certain things. And yeah, gluten and dairy, any kind. Totally up there. I could see that cat. Yeah, a lot are different than others. They make you wired. Oh, I could see that box. That makes sense. EB, that's how my husband is. He has terrible seasonal allergies, but like they're all the seasons for him. He takes like 2 a day. You're not supposed to, but he takes like 2 because in the morning he's just a mess. Just a mess. And it doesn't really help. We live in kind of a rural area, so we have all this stuff floating around. So he feels your pain. Definitely. I'm really sorry you have to deal with that. That cannot be fun at all. Yeah. It's no good. And his snoring is pretty bad because of it. You can't blame him. As long as he's breathing anyway, I'm fine with it. I'm a very light sleeper, so I have an eye mask, I have earplugs, I have the whole thing. The Northeast sucks. I'm in Illinois, so... I used to be in Minnesota, and just the Midwest in general gets a lot of allergy type things. You're only familiarized with the IgE. Yeah, there are a lot more, for real. Like, the anaphylactic ones, where you can't breathe. I feel like the gluten ones with your belly and all that stuff, I think we're starting to learn more. It's going to 10 years to replace every cell in the body, so it makes a little sense that your allergies would change. That's true, Beth. Really good point. That makes a lot of sense. Oh no, EB. That had to suck. Hey, Wisconsin born. Nice. You understand then. The Midwest struggle. Yeah, it's I feel like, so when Gabe and I kind of tracked our allergies, we're nerds, so we tracked our allergies, and he's allergic to 2 things that I'm not allergic to, in terms of like allergies, like seasonal allergies, because some days I would be really bad and some days he'd be really bad. The days I was really bad, it was like mold spores, and I think I'm ragweed, and he's like hay and grass. can't remember what the names were, but the two he's allergic to, I'm not, and vice versa. So it was kind of funny. We'd know which day one thing was higher than the other in the air. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Below 50. Wind chill for sure. Wind chill pushes it. Yeah, it's really weird. Like one day last week it was like 14 degrees out, then the next day it was 70. That's just the springtime. Springtime in the Midwest. Shorts and a t-shirt one day, and whole coat and everything the next day. When all the bitey things go away. It's true. I do like that part of winter. And it's just magical and silent. I like that it feels like the world is shutting down for a bit to restart. I like that feeling. Try to figure out what I want as the color here. Maybe just orange in general? I think we need an orange one. If this one is going to be opposite winter, then we should probably have it be orange. I have majority of these fade out to the paper color. So for those that joined my Patreon today, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. You're literally helping me eat every month because right now it's my only income. But also, just so you know, the rewards, the mailed rewards, those get shipped usually towards the end of the month every month. So I usually pick away at them all month long. So it takes a little bit for me to actually ship them out. But I will get to them and get them out probably before the end of this week. Assuming nothing goes terribly wrong and I end up going to the doctor to get a bunch of things checked out. I have never been somebody that had to go to the doctor before. I've been very, fortunate that I have not had many things wrong with me up until this point. So, the fact that now I have to go to the doctor a lot or anything like that, if I do, that's okay. I'm at peace with that. I feel like I've skated pretty free otherwise of other things that if I have to go, I have to go. But for those that found me today, did you just find me through the front page, or how did you come about getting here? I always like knowing how people came to be here. I think it's fun to know. I'm curious. I mean, who wouldn't be, right? Ah, cat, stop. You are too good to me. I love you so much. Oh yeah, and then I will be putting up a post soon. Not sure if it'll be by the end of this month or not, but I did this figure. I modded this figure, I should say, that a friend made. She made the vinyl toy, and then I did a bunch of epoxy and added all these like bows and satchels and this little gourd and everything. So I'm gonna make a Patreon post about that process. From the beginning to the end. I was smart enough to document it. So I can at least like write about it since I documented it. Oh, you found me from Cat. Cat, thank you. Oh, EB, thank you so much. I hope you like my stories as well. I'm trying to build up to the point where when I've finally got all this stuff out of the way, I can go back to doing my stories that I was working on before I went independent. So once I became an independent artist, I kind of got hit with a lot of work, let's say. So I've been trying slowly to get back to having time to work on my personal projects, which once I get there, it's going to be pretty good because I've gotten my Patreon to a point where it kind of drives itself and I can make money that way. And then I can work on my stories and I'll be sharing everything with all my patrons when I'm doing that. But yeah, I've got a few already written. I just need to start drawing them. So I'm excited for that. Just gotta get there. Just gotta get there. Oh, Blue! Well, thank you! I'm glad you got here too. That's kind of fun. I like the surprise aspect of that. It's kind of like a roulette thing. You just end up where you end up. I like that. Oh my god, Kat. You were so good at compliments. That is so sweet. Oh, I love that so much. A mini vacation? Oh my goodness. I am looking so forward then to you reading my bigger stories. Seriously, I'm proud of a few of them. I'm really looking forward to you reading them specifically. Excited to share them. There's one comic that I'm almost done with too that I stopped 2 24-hour comic book days ago. It's like 75% done. If I got like a 3-day stretch where I could work on it, I could totally finish it. But it just needs basically some coloring because it's all toned. It just needs to be finalized. But it's really cute. It's about test tube, like, experiments, I guess. Test tube babies. Not babies, and they're not like human, they're like creatures, but it's hard to say. Hard to explain without it being weird. Really. I'm gonna just go around, I think, and add yellow to everything because this is giving it like this autumn glow that I'm really digging. I didn't expect to do this, but this is one of those things where it's like once you start doing it and you see its effect, you're like, oh man, I kind of dig that. Yeah, and I don't know why my nose is all of a sudden like killing itself. Such magic. Yeah. Oh, cute, Evie. A bus pig? I like it. Oh, Cat, really? I do that well? Oh, I'm so glad. I'm so happy it makes you happy. That's all I ever want with him, damn it. Seriously. I just want people brought into a different kind of space. A safe space that's one where they can recuperate. That you can be happy for a bit. That's all I want. That's all. Oh my pastels are behind me, so I have to keep reaching behind me for new ones. cat, you're gonna make me cry. Thank you. Oh, you just put more energy into my heart. Thank you. I needed that. Thank you. His name was Peter. Oh, Peter Pig. I love it. Well, don't give up on it. Keep going. The best way to get something published, from what I've seen and what I've heard from my friends who have, is to start doing it anyway. Like, you don't need to get a publishing deal to start doing the thing you want to get published. In fact, it will help you because people see that A, you're serious about it, and B, you believe in it, and you can do the work. So if you really want to get something published, self-publish it first, and that'll show people, hey, look at what I can do. And plus you'll have something you can give to like family and friends right away. So there's totally an upside to it immediately. And it's honestly pretty easy to self-publish things. It is not that difficult. There's a lot of resources nowadays out there for people. Especially if you don't even want to print it. If you just want to like email it to somebody as like a PDF, you can totally do that too. I gotta keep checking this because, like I said, sometimes I just don't know. Oh, that's looking pretty nice. Bit too much rim lighting though. Doesn't need to be that much. Well, you're welcome. I just feel like nowadays, if anybody has any want to do anything, they should. Like, don't let anything stop you. There's no good reason to stop anything you want to do as long as it's not hurting someone else. Go do the thing you want to do. Why not? All the means to do everything is just out there. You just gotta find it or find somebody who knows how and ask them. And you all know I'm here for you. If you ever need direction to something that I've done before, I will absolutely help you. Just let me know. What do you need? Because we're all on our own little journeys to get the things we want and to do the things we want to do. So maybe that's the point, is to help each other to do them. Maybe somebody's got, info somebody else needs to get to do that thing. Help them. Oh, Serenity. It's not that hard, I can show you. Oh, it's on your YouTube? Cute! Well, if you feel like posting it for other people to see, please do. Or if you're in our Discord, put it there. You'll get some views for sure. Oh, really, Kat? Oh, I'm so glad. Oh. My soul is so much better because of you. You're always there to pick me up. You're a good friend. Thank you. That's true, Beth. It is true. I don't know how much of a cut they take, but as far as cost, if that's an issue, you can always do the zine route. You could do saddle stitch. You can print and bind yourself. There's nothing wrong with that. Printing at home, stapling at home. I guess now is a good time to bring it up, but for those that don't know, every June, my husband and I run this challenge called Journey June, and I will throw it in the chat. And it's basically a challenge that's a month long for artists, writers, whoever wants to. We take you through the entire hero's journey from day 1 to day 30. So by the end of June, you have a total story, a totally coherent through all of the arcs and everything story. And all you do is have to follow the prompt every day that we've created. So if anybody is ramping up to wanting to do their own story, anything like that, you can do this any month of the year. It's up all year round. So if you want to practice before June, do it during June and get in on all the goodies and things that we do. Typically we have a giveaway or two, but we also have like workshops that we do with people. And then if you complete the whole challenge at the end of the month, we have a self-publishing course we do for free for those that finished, so that you can take your finished story and actually publish it. And we have different ways. We show you how to publish it. We show you how to do it digitally. We show you all the steps for all these things, and give you price estimates, everything you need to go to, or you need to know to go afterwards and make the book. So the digital version, the zine or saddle stitched copy, perfect bound, and then no, it's perfect bound. That's the big one. Yeah. So there's three things. I always forget. I think that's it. But that should give you all the info you need. If you have any questions about that, let me know. But yeah, it's really fun every year. We really enjoy meeting new people, reading all the stories. That's the cool thing. Everybody makes a new story. So every June, there's a whole bunch of new stories that are out there. It's so magical, I want to say, because all these worlds just poof into existence, and it's always so cool. Just that everybody has all the... I'm a sucker for original content. I don't care who's saying what, as long as it's original and it's not something I've seen a million times, I'm all about it. So if you're somebody who's into that and you want to start doing that, please check it out. I think it'd really be a good first step. And you don't even have to post anything on the internet if you don't want to. If you want to just quietly do it on your own, absolutely. However you need to do it to work your best and get the most out of it, that's the whole reason we're doing it. The whole reason we've ever done it. I think we've been doing it since, I want to say 2017. Maybe there's an actual date on there, but I don't remember. Let me see. I'm your art school? Shut up. Oh man. Thank you. I try to be fair about what I'm saying too. If I'm not sure about something, I will let you know. I wish I could do it so much more often because I really like streaming. I used to stream 6 days a week, so I got my practice in early on. And I wish I could still do it. So when I have the time again, I'm gonna go back to doing it. Yes, Serenity, you would know. You remember. Please do check. I don't know, we try to partake every year as well because we make stories. I am extremely lucky, blessed, whatever you want to call it, to have a partner that does what I do, and we both enjoy and respect each other's craft and skill. You know, I feel very, very, very happy that we found each other. So doing this challenge every year is very cool for me on so many different levels. It was 2018? Okay, I was a year off. Give me a break. But either way, it's been a minute, right? Really, 2018? I could have sworn we did it when we were at Vaughn House. No, maybe not. Ah, okay. That makes sense, Serenity. Isabel, before we had our fur babies, we did. Yep. We, I wonder if I still have pictures up. Maybe I do. Yeah, it was really magical back in the day because we would go to these things together. And, it was really cool. I really hope we get to again someday. Right now our dogs have a little bit too much separation anxiety, but like I think FairyCon 2018 was the last one we went to together. Let me see if I can find a picture of us at a con together. Oh, it's a picture of us with Fire Seal. Some of you may know Fire Seal. Oh, you have video proof. Oh, that's helpful. Can anyone see that picture? I know it's a really large link. Sorry. Ooh. Oh, and us with Bad Bucket. Our friend Bad Bucket. Oh, and here's when we lived. Let's see. Oh, you can't see it? Oh man, come on. Alright, hold on. I wonder if I can just share it. Alright, I'll make a little thing of all my pictures here. And back when my pet portraits were only 180. It was like we were at an Emerald City, and I think we were at Dragon Con for our last couple. Oh, and then we went to England and Ireland. Let's get the two mixed up. Hold on, I will share a photo in a minute. And then we went to Stonehenge. I know I've got a whole folder here somewhere of that stuff, but just for the minute. Just for a second. I'll put them in here. Alright. Speak of the doggo. How about that one? You see that one? When did I have a picture of us? Oh, because of the dolls, Serenity? Yeah, I don't remember when that was. This should suffice a bit, though, I think. I was also 50 pounds lighter. But remember, I have a hormone imbalance. When all I eat is vegetables and you gain 50 pounds, you know it's a hormone imbalance. Because that shit ain't right. Okay, that works. There's just a couple in there. There was a folder that I made from our Euro journey, I'll call it. You know what? Maybe somebody would actually like that. I will share that too because that was a good album. And I think it's got a lot of good references in it. So I'll share that too. Let me make sure it's the right one though. There's some amazing stuff in here. Like moss everywhere. There are a lot of pictures though. But it's good for reference if anybody wants reference. There's a lot of good ones in here. We went on one of those light gray art lab tours. If anybody's familiar with those, this was one of those. So, this is actually a really good album. I would like to share it, please. Copy link. There you go. Oh, it's okay, Isabel. Things happen, man. Oh, thank you, Isabel. Yeah, my booth was really fun. I really like my booth. I've got a good one on my site too, I think. See if I can find another one. My latest one was FairyCon, so I mean, FairyCon was spelled with a IE though, Serenity. October 2018. Let's go back then. Then you can see I made Gabe a outfit to match my outfit. So we created kind of a character for him based around Cloverkin. This is probably my favorite picture of me at a booth. Let me see. Add to shared album, Twitch. Okay, I just added another one. Then the one of me and Gabe. I'll get back to arting in a minute, I swear to God. Just give me a minute. Here we go. I made him into a satyr. So there we go. Alright, refresh the album. Just added 2 more. Oh yeah, that one. I just added that. That was a fun time. It was a fun time. Oh, I miss it. I miss it, I miss it, I miss it. But I mean, even if I wanted to go back to doing cons right now, there aren't many really happening right now. The end of 2021 there were a ton, but like right now it's kind of quiet. Thank you, EB. I used to do cons like twice a month, so I had a lot of pictures for a while, but I actually have 200 some videos of my past Twitch streams when I first started. They're kind of embarrassing, but I kind of hid them. I suppose if you dug, you could find them because they're still on YouTube. They're just not really, but... Oh, YouTube Box, thank you so much for hanging out as long as you did. It was great having you. I love talking to you. You're wonderful. Good night, Cabranium. Thank you for joining as well. And thank you for the pledge on my Patreon. I look forward to getting you some goodies. And I hope you like them. A little bit of story. Every month, a little bit of story. Are you, Cat? I'm glad you are. I'm having fun having you here. It's not YouTube, no, because if it were YouTube, we'd be getting a lot more ads. It's actually a playlist from tabletopaudio.com, and it's honestly like the same 15 songs. And I've had them probably for 5 or 6 years. It's been a little bit. I feel bad that I haven't found any more. I mean, they're out there. If you look for just royalty-free fantasy music, there's a lot actually that people use for D&D games. Like that's technically what these are for. An old friend, Mama Millipede, who used to come on the stream, she showed it to me. And yeah, honestly, if you look up a lot of D&D playlists, things like that, you can search by mood or genre, things like that. If you want ambient plus nature sounds, ambient plus voices, or just ambient music, it gives you so many choices. So definitely check it out. That's true too. 15 songs if they're good. Yeah, true. Oh, thank you, EB. I think it's getting better the more I bring in that warm hue. Like right here, I want to get more of this going on. So we'll just keep going with that. I just want to match all these together. So I have to make sure, once I cut them apart too, I'm going to have to make sure they all work together. The summer one's going to be a little bit difficult because I have to really tone this one back. That blue is killer. So honestly, how I'm probably going to do that, I'm going to do it right now just so, in fact, if anybody wants to see how that works. Oh, Saphira's back! Welcome back, Saphira! So how the other ones have a fade to them. Like I'm doing like a reverse vignette basically. So you do that by doing this. So I can kind of fade it back into the paper, which is nice. So you can see how that now is going to act more like how this one's kind of fading into the paper here. I have to fade this one back into the paper a bit. So it shouldn't be too difficult. Yeah, so I still got that one to go, but let's finish this guy up. Do you watch streams yourself? I don't. I'm really bad about that. Because I have so many people here, I would love to, but for some reason, I have trouble with it. I get angry. It's weird. I get annoyed by, like, talk radio and streaming. But honestly, if it's my friends, I should be able to more. I'm really trying to fix it, because I want to go to my friends' streams as much as they come to mine. I feel pretty terrible that, you know, I think if it's my friends, I'm okay with it, but I can't just pick up and watch a stream. I don't know. It's weird. Like, I feel bad about it until I talk to, like, other people about things like that, but I found some other streamers don't really watch streamers either. And I found it interesting. There's some comic artists that don't read comics, and like sometimes like if whatever you do, sometimes you don't actually partake in the thing. Like actors not watching their own movies, that sort of thing. You know? Something like that. It's weird. I'm not trying to get out of being held accountable for not going to streams or anything, because yeah, I'm really bad about that. But I do think it's interesting. I do feel terrible. I know I don't owe anyone anything, but it's more about that I want to support you like you support me. Because I really do feel like I owe a lot of you so much. So much. For being there for me. So it weighs heavy on me, but I want you to know I do still think of you often. Even if I'm not at your stream, I do think of you. And I do wonder when you're not there, and I worry about you when you're not there at the next stream, but I know people have their lives and all that stuff. Like, don't worry about that, but it's interesting. In Serenity, you've probably seen this already at this point in time, but when we have people kind of come and go from stream communities, you get people that are there for hardcore for a little bit, and then they might just fade away, and it hurts because you miss them. I feel like as a streamer, you hang out every week, and it was a little bit harder when we were streaming all the time, Now it's like, I get it, I'm not here as much as I used to be, but I do miss people. I notice things, probably too many things, but my friends, but I can't go to somebody I don't really know too well. It helps you get to know people. True, Evie. True. And here's the other thing too. I feel weird being a streamer and going into other people's streams, because like I feel like no matter what I do, the streamer's gonna think I'm poaching, and that's not what it's about. And I know that's kind of just how it is, that's just what happens, and it's accepted. But I mean, as long as you're not actively like, hey everybody in the chat, come look at my stuff, that's obviously a little bit much. But I feel like even just being there, I'm making it too much about me, and I know that's weird. That's true, Saphira. I could totally do that. Yeah, you wonder what happened to him, right, Serenity? I know a couple people where they ended up going. Oh, Kat, you're so sweet. A couple people that used to go to our streams have surpassed us. If you want to call it that, I guess. Like, they have more follows on Instagram and stuff now than we do, and they surpassed us. So, you know, it feels good and bad, because there's a part of you that feels like you had a hand in it, in their, you know, success, but then there's another part of you that's like, well, what am I doing wrong? But it's like, you can't think like that. Especially me. I am not going to tell myself to think like that, because I know I've had my hands tied behind my back for 5 years now. I haven't been able to budge with how much work I've had. But once I let loose, that's going to be a different story. If when I don't have anything else to do and I don't grow, then I can be mad at myself. But right now, I haven't been able to do much of anything. That's not my fault, and I can't blame myself for that. And I've gotten better at telling myself that, but it is crappy to be tied down and see everybody passing you. It's like entering yourself into a marathon and you wear concrete shoes and you're still supposed to participate and still expected to finish the race, but everybody's passing you up, even though you have the same skills and everything they do. You're still wearing concrete shoes. So it kind of sucks. It's a big, heavy weight that I feel. I feel very helpless a lot of the time. Oh, anytime, EB. Yeah, as long as you're sharing, you know, your stuff and you're not putting anybody down in the chat and anything like that, I am all for everybody interweaving all their art stuff and anything you guys want to talk about in the chat. I'm fine with that. Oh, Serenity. See, that's when I feel bad. I should be watching you. But I'm all tied up in my own crap and trying to use that as an excuse. I should make more of an effort. That's what I'm talking about. I'm doing this for fun. If people are enjoying, great. If not, shrugs. That's right. Yep. And I mean, some days it's better than others. Some days you have a good stream. Some days you have a bad stream. Some days you fight with people in the stream. I remember there was one person, maybe like my first year of streaming, I was such a noob. Oh my god, I have learned so much. I'm so proud of myself for as far as I've come in terms of managing myself. But I always used to kind of butt heads with them in the chat, and I feel bad because later on, much later on, we found out that there was more of a language barrier there, and that was causing a lot of the miscommunication and friction. And so going forward from that point, anytime that I was reading something in the chat and filtering it through this brain, I made sure to think about, well, wait a minute. You know, this might be a language barrier problem. If I take offense to it, maybe there's something to that. But I haven't had any trouble with that sort of thing in a long time. So I think things have gotten better. I think I've gotten more used to figuring that kind of thing out. And plus, I think in general, Twitch doesn't have as many trolls anymore. I just don't see any trolls anymore. Maybe that's just me, but I'm also not on as much as I used to be. Maybe there are the same amount. I don't know. So if you're a Ustream more than me, maybe you'd know if there's more trolls or not. Absolutely, Evie. We really do have a wonderful art community on Twitch. And I'm very lucky for this community. Really. This is the only interaction I get every week right now. feel it differently. I love how you support my archery and tutor me, and money's not a factor for me. Oh, Kat, you were too good. Oh yeah, no, Sophia, you know how sometimes time affects things. The world, like things going on in the world are gonna affect, how you're doing on Twitch. I don't know. We do kill them with love. I heavily believe that. Heavily. Yeah, because it's been a long time since I've had any kind of old troll that I used to get in the early days. They just don't know how to handle art folk. They want us to get upset, but we're so used to critique and criticism, they don't know what they're doing. Which is pretty fun in itself. Oh god, no, Serenity. Serenity, remember what I said, that there's an audience for everything? You know there are some people on Twitch that just like to not talk or just be silent. Like Gabe's one of those people. Gabe hates entertaining, he calls it. So whenever he thinks, when he's gonna stream, he gets all worked up because he's afraid he has to entertain. I'm like, nah, man, if you want to be quiet, be quiet. You don't have to talk. You don't have to do much, because there are successful streamers and people on here that they don't say anything, and if they're just working, some people don't want a streamer to talk. There is literally, a demographic out there for everybody. So however you feel the most comfortable doing it, do it that way, because then it won't be hard for you to do it. You know what I mean? Make it easy for yourself, especially if it's something you want to do. There's no reason to, pretend you're somebody you're not. If you don't want to be happy-go-lucky, blah, 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 don't do it. Life's too short. I say try things, yeah, but if you don't feel like doing them after you try them and you're like, yeah, that's not really me, don't do it. It's like trying foods. I think you should try foods. At least once, try every food, but then, if it doesn't hit for you, F it, don't do it again. But at least you tried it, Oh, Sophia, I like that story. You converted him. But yeah, no matter what, anybody's wondering if you're worried about what people think of you or anything like that, there's someone out there for everybody in terms of streaming, in terms of love, in terms of your art audience, whatever you want to call it. It's all out there. Sophia, what percentage of people on the daily are speaking French? I am kind of curious about that. I've always been kind of curious about that. Oh yeah, Cat, for real. Yeah, in the stream world, I think quantity does not define quality. If you've got even one person, honestly, if it's just you talking to the stream, if you're feeling good talking to yourself, honestly, I think that's one of the best things you can do when you're starting off, to practice talking while you're arting. It's a good skill to get down, which I'm not displaying right now, but I do think it's a valuable skill. So if you don't have anybody in the chat, still talk through what you're doing so that you're able to do both at the same time. Or if you don't care to get good at that, then never mind. Do whatever you want to do. I think it's important just to know, more than anything, it's important to know how you work best. And I think the only way to figure that out is to try working a bunch of different ways, you know? So trying to art and talk, or just talk, art. If you don't like streaming, don't stream. Don't do the things you don't want to do. Unless you really want to do them and you really want to get good at them, then practice, you know? But if you try things you don't like them, don't do them. Go put your effort into something that you do want to do. And put all of your effort into it that you want to, you know? Here's an example. Yeah, there are lots of social media platforms. Let's take TikTok, for example, versus, say, Instagram, Facebook, whatever. If you're somebody who doesn't enjoy making videos, but you do really like doing posts, right? Granted, the algorithm does have a little to say about this, I'll be honest. So the algorithm might really screw up what you're thinking here, but regardless, it can't take away your joy. So if you really enjoy posting pictures, even though Reels do better than pictures, then there's that. Oh, speaking of, so this is interesting. I'll tell you this in a second. Quebec, also bilingual, never remember. Brunswick. Yeah, I could see that, Serenity. That's good, EB. Yeah, the more practice, the better. So, regarding Reels and Instagram, right now, my husband is getting paid to do Reels by Instagram. He got it randomly. I don't even have it. I don't have this ability. But like, Instagram gives him like, I don't remember what it is, but he made like $200 last month just by doing certain Reels. And apparently this is a thing. Like, people are getting paid to do Reels. So don't ask me how to get it, because I don't even know. I can't do it for myself even. But there are things that are kind of out of your control to be able to do like that. So you might as well just work on the things you want to work on, you know, because some things you just can't have any control over. Right? It's good for Gabe, but it's like, how did he get that? And, you know, like, I don't want to say I'm jealous, because I'm not exactly jealous. It's more like I want to know why. Because there's so much about Instagram I don't understand, like, algorithm-wise and everything. I've seen a bunch of big-time IG people post about, you know, that they know about the algorithm. Rainy Loon was somebody who had posted, because they had talked to somebody from Instagram face-to-face and asked them about, you know, Reels and how the algorithm works and everything. And they did a write-up online about it. You can find that. So Instagram very highly favors Reels over posts, anything like that, videos in general. Like, if you're doing videos, stories, Reels, all those things, anything with a video, you're going to get a better response than just posting photos. So maybe it was that Gabe was doing Reels for a while, and just Reels, and so they're like, oh, hey, this guy. So I don't know what does it, but, you know, regardless, you're going to want to work on the platform where you can do the things you want to do. And if you really like posting photos, you know, keep doing that, because it's not going to matter. You know, if the algorithm is just going to screw you over anyway, you might as well just be doing the thing you want to do. Like, I've been grinding on Instagram since 2012, and, you know, I've got 10K people, but it's not a big deal. It's really not as much as you think it would be, or it doesn't change things as much as you think it would. Like, you're not getting anything more really from it. I don't get more sales from it. Like, everything's basically the same as when I was under it, you know? So it's really not like it's a big thing. And honestly, it's really weird when you compare how many likes you get to somebody else who's got the same amount of people. So I know like 4 other people at 10K, and all of our likes per post all over the place. We've kind of cross-referenced with each other, and there's no rhyme or reason to it. Like, I consistently get maybe 100 to 200 likes a post. They're getting like 500-600 somewhere in there, which sounds about more right for a 10K following, but it doesn't matter. And anytime you run an ad, it's really suspect, because you'll get followers that are just like bot accounts. So it's like, if majority of the audience is bots anyway, that's not going to help you. So forget all that crap. Forget the algorithm, forget everything. Post when you feel like posting. Okay? It doesn't even have to be weekly, whatever. Just if you feel like it, like, I'll throw it up there. Like, have Instagram and all that be at the back of your mind. You will feel so much better, so much lighter, just doing your art and thinking of posting as like a backseat thing, you know? Yeah, and it's not for everybody, Serenity. It's only like select people who get the Reels pay. Exactly, Kat. Yeah. I mean, you do it for a hobby, though, for the most part, right? Yeah, yeah, Isabel. You know how funny that is that happened? So, like, I got up to 10K. I was like, yes, I get the swipe up feature. A week later, I shit you not, like a week later, they rolled it out for everybody. So, me grinding since 2012 to get this fucking feature, just to have it given to everybody later, it was like, I laughed about it. I really did laugh about it. It was too funny. Have you won an iPhone every day? I have. I could open a ball of iPhone. Oh my god, Isabel. I love it. Yeah, for sales, it sucks because, like, in my mind, I want to post about my Patreon because, you know, you post as much as you do, and then later on you ask somebody, you're talking to them, it's like, yeah, so my Patreon, and they're like, you have a Patreon? And you're like, man, am I not posting about it enough? Like, I feel like I'm posting it all the time, but then some people are like, you have a Patreon? It's like, shit, man, yeah. Am I supposed to post more? Like, what am I supposed to do? I don't know. So, I don't even know what you're supposed to do anymore. Regarding the social media aspect of things. Like, if you're trying to get your stuff out there. So, what I do now is I just, before the middle of the month, I want to get out the designs for Curious Collector and Clover cards. Get them out there just so people can see them, just so they're on my feed. If I finish some things on Saturday streams, cool. If I finish some Pet and Armors and I remember to post them, cool. But I'm not aggressively posting anymore. I do have something I'm trying to do as a little fun thing that I'm going to be doing these little tutorials coming up, but they're just going to be for fun. I'm not expecting anything out of them, like big grandiose things, nothing like that. So I don't know. I think we need to go back to making the internet fun again. because it got too scary being about influencers and, you know, just everything it's become, trying to figure out the best way to exploit things, and need to go back to just being like, hey, here's my art. Cool, here's my art. Awesome. Oh, you do that really well. Cool. And everybody just chilling out. Just gotta chill more. Everything is so far away from chill. It's crazy. I just wish it was fun again. I remember when the internet was fun. When it was exciting and not scary. I mean, it was still scary, I'll be honest. But it wasn't what it is now. I was on an artist front stream and he asked me what was my current strategy. Ugh. I mean, I do believe, though, Isabel, if you do post, you can build momentum for exposure, but I don't think it's important. I really don't. If you take like a week off of any social media or all social media, your eyes will open up again to life without the internet. And it's insanely good. Like, for those of us who are plugged in all the time for our jobs, you know, we have to be on the internet for our jobs. Like, the times when I've moved and I've been off the internet have been some of the most refreshing, best times I've had. And if I didn't have to be on the internet anymore, I wouldn't be. I have to be. But it's become such a scary place, you know? Just in terms of everybody freaking out so hard about how to get more of this, that, or the other thing. It's like, no, man. We gotta pull up from that because we're gonna get sick. It's gonna make us all sick. Oh, yeah, camping too. Definitely camping. Thanks, EB. I appreciate it. Thank you for the sub, too. Exactly, Isabel. Yeah, you know, and that brings up a really good point. I feel like now reach isn't important. And Gabe opened my eyes to the fact that I've been doing something this whole time that I didn't realize I was doing, but I have been, and it's just cultivating the community you have and leaning into the community you already have. And it's all about having a smaller, close-knit community instead of, like, think of something that's knitted with all these gaps in between. Yeah, it's a bigger blanket, but it's not tight. Right? It's not a good quality blanket because it's really loose, it's fraying, it's falling apart, all the links are really far apart. But if you have a close, tight-knit blanket, it's smaller. Maybe I've got a pot holder as opposed to a blanket, but it's tight. Like, every part of that is tight. And I'd much rather be proud of that quality than I would be of its reach, you know, because yeah, definitely not going to be as warm, right? Actually, I'm super into this analogy now. I really want to make this a thing. I'm going to write this down because I actually really like this idea. I'm surrounded by supplies, but I can't write anything down. Okay. Knitting as internet reach. I'm going to do a video about that. And I'm saying I'm going to do a video about it because I think it could help people. Not because I want anything from it, but I think it could help people because, God, some of us are way too far in the matrix, man. Exactly. That's good, Isabel. That's good. And honestly, that's what I miss about conventions, because you get that one-on-one tight-knit, hey, this is who I am. I am an artist. This is the type of artist I am. This is my personality. You get that face to face with people at conventions. And so if they really like you and support who you are, then they can follow you and join your Patreon and all this stuff. And they support you that way because they've met you. And I feel like streaming's good for that reason too. Like, people have met you. Like, all of you have technically met me now. You know? So you know what I'm about. But like, just showing a post on the internet and having whatever post someone sees as your "this is me," that's a lot of pressure. Man, that is a lot of pressure. This is getting too dark. I don't like how dark this is. It needs to be more yellow. Yeah, that'll be good. Exactly, Kat, right? And you know what they're going through, you know what they're about, you support who they are. I feel the exact same. And they want to fall in love with you, and they want to support you because they have formed a connection. And and I think that's so much more rare and sought after nowadays because there's no connection. There's no connection anywhere anymore, so that people are craving that connection. And when you find it, you know, whether it be through streaming or otherwise, it's important. You know, I think we all are on the same page. It's frustrating to me because it's like we need this to feel the connection, but too many people are trying to use it for other means, and they're just going to end up upset, I think. I feel bad. Sorry, sometimes on my stream we get a little bit deep. Sometimes. Sometimes we stay surface, we have fun, we just keep it light. Other times, some hard topics need to come up and we need to talk about it. We try to keep it pretty lighthearted, but every once in a while, you know. Oh, cat, I love that. Yes. Yes, definitely. When I joined Twitch, the art community here was a lot stronger, if you can imagine that. Sophia, you probably remember this. Serenity, I know you do. If you're still here. There was this core group of like art streamers, and this is when Adobe was on here too, before they got their own platform. And it was just a lot closer. Everyone was a lot closer, and it was cool because everybody knew everybody. Everybody in everybody's chat was like, "Oh my god, it's you! Oh my god, it's you!" I think that happened last weekend when I was on stream with Uber and Wade. They're some of the people from, I guess, the old world, and it was really cute. It was really cool. But anyway, it hasn't been like that for a while. I feel like, and maybe that's just because I don't stream as much anymore. That could totally be it, but it does feel different, you know? Same, Serenity. You guys are the only people I talk to. If I'm getting real, I don't have friends. I don't have family. I mean, I have Gabe and that's it. I don't really have more than that. But I'm kind of okay with that. I've always been a little bit of a loner. There was a time I lived in a house with like 7 other people, and that was not my jam. I was not good at that. They were all pretty used to it, but it was not very me. I had a tough time with it. I think it was, I don't want to say it's because I'm a control freak, because maybe that wasn't exactly it, but I don't know. I got thrown into, I think, a situation I didn't really know much about. So I was glad I did it. I'm still glad I did it. It was a great experience. But it was hard. Yeah, Sophia, it's true. Oh, Megan, I have you. I have you, but you're my internet buddy too. Lucian, thank you for the pledge. Thank you so much. You are now, if I read it right, you're now a curious collector. So you're gonna get these guys today. Ooh, the Purifin. That's this month. These cute little goldfish filled with little gold something or other. I'll explain it in the story, but these stickers and then some lore. Thank you so much, Lucian. Remember, you can cancel anytime, any month. So if you end up being like, this sucks, you can just pull out. No big deal. Aw, cat. Likewise. I could see that, Serenity, yeah. Ah, cat. Don't put pressure on him. But Megan, I'm glad I have you too. You are family. You're family to me. Just my own family, just ugh. My real family. I mean, my blood family is crap. I don't believe in the blood family thing. Family is who you choose. If you choose your blood family and you love them, cool. If you choose new family, cool. Remember, I'm a firm believer in just being happy. So just go be happy. Do whatever you gotta do. Be happy. Damn right. Oh, family of origin. That's a smart way to put it, Kat. I like that. Oh, Isabel. Oh. Ooh, Megan. Ooh, that's a good one. Can I highlight that? Oh, I don't know if I can highlight that. Ugh, damn you, chat. I don't think I can. Oh my god. Well, whatever. I love it. I think that's great. Are you serious, Serenity? Oh my god. I'm so sorry. Well, I'm with you, man. Those of us who don't got family got each other still, so I got your back. You got my back. That's all that matters. I just wish I got to talk to you guys more. Maybe I should stream more. We can all talk to each other. I wish you could have like big, like, art chats, but I know that's a lot harder to do. Cat, me? You feel like you're pestering me? No. Really? So, Serenity, it wasn't even your fault? That's fucked up. I'm sorry. That is not cool. They don't sound like quality humans anyway, so you probably dodged a bullet there. Well, you do what you gotta do. And you're here now and you're with us, so now you're with someone. And if anybody ever is feeling lonely and or absolutely needs somebody, I'm there for you. I know how it can be. Just hit me up if you need somebody to talk to. Where the hell are all my damn colors? What is this crap? I'm not getting the results I want here. See, maybe this is why I don't stream for a long time anymore, because I get to talking and then we go down a deep route, and I don't know if people like that. Granted, I mean, if it happens, it happens, and I feel like we got closer, and I like that. But at the same time, I feel like some people would peace out because this lovey-dovey stuff. I like it, but I mean, if somebody wants something lighthearted at that moment, that is not not what's going down. It is weird because every stream is different each time. Something different happens. Yeah, that's not turning out how I want it. I'll have to fix that. Damn it. Oh man. Kat, you should have been here during my, oh god, was it 2017, 2018 days? I think even 2016. Oh man. Sophia, Serenity, do you guys remember my rants? my long 4-hour long rants. No, these are actually pastel pencils. I am sorry. I should have mentioned this earlier. These are Carbothellos. These are my pride and joy. I love them. They are Carbothello, spelled like that. Stabilo. They're pastels in pencil form. So you can blur them like pastels, but control them like colored pencils. It's pretty great. You can get them in packs of like, there's a 12 set, I think a 12, 24, 36, and then whatever that is. I don't remember what that is. There's a link below my video if you're on a computer. No, it wasn't that, Sophia. It wasn't that. Though that still holds up. I will still do that for trolls. No, it was the fan art train. Oh, that was my hot button. It still is, in a way. But I won't go on a rant about it. That's why I ended up making a webpage. But anyway. Oh yeah, totally a thing. You've heard some, Kat, but I've streamlined it and cinched it pretty good. Nowadays, I definitely cannot do those anymore. Oh man. I got in some fights. That was back when I was young and fiery and full of pep. Now it's more just, I'm tired. Things are gonna happen regardless of how I feel about them. There's no real winning when it comes to that, so that's okay. People are gonna do what people are gonna do. Though I do have a pretty good argument for it, but I won't bring it up. It didn't work? Oh, I think it expired. You have to go to the Tumblr one. I think it's fanartfree.tumblr.com. I think that one's still up. Oh, really? You'll have to message me in Discord about it, Serenity. I don't even remember what that was. I don't remember. That's so bad. I don't remember who it was. Oh, goodness. I mean, there's a few people that I know fought me tooth and nail about that, but I mean, I don't really have a problem with it, just selling of it. But anyway, I don't want to get into it. I digress. I gotta bring back all the line work and the details now. Oh, really? God, I don't even remember that, Serenity. Weird. Oh, yeah, where's he now? I don't even know why he showed up to my streams. He wasn't even... Ugh. Anyway. Well, we've almost done 4 full 4x6s today. Oofda. In this, I actually thought I'd be done with these and on to some other ones. Now I'm starting to feel a little bit crazy that I thought I'd be able to pump these out. I could see that, yeah. I remember that now, actually, now that you mention this, yes. Weird. I think I've gotten really good at pushing some stuff out of my head. Other things, not so much, but a few things, yeah. Thanks, Isabel. Yes, Sophia, definitely, 100%. And you'd think I'd be used to it, but I don't know, when we get on a good topic, like the movies, oh man, I lost it during the movie talk. I get into that, I think it's fun. I like knowing people's opinions on things. Everybody's, got their own opinions on their movies and stuff, and I don't think anybody's more right or wrong than the next person, because all your, your experiences and who you are is gonna play into what your movie preferences are, so it's kind of, it's gonna vary. And you can't really hold it against somebody if, they don't like something you like. So it's more fun to know why somebody likes something. Because usually it does have to do with their life and who they are. And I find that really interesting. Knowing where people came from and, why they choose the things they choose. It's honestly one of the most fun things about going to conventions for me. Is talking to people about, why they like the things they do. Digging deeper into, if they like some sort of pop culture thing, that's cool, but let's talk about why you like it, And I learn a lot about people that way. Oh, thank you, Kat. I used to honestly avoid talking about, things like movies and games and stuff, because I feel like it starts a lot of fights in the chat, and I didn't want fights. But I think I'm at the point I can kind of wrangle things back if things get out of control. But I also think we have a good group here, and nobody's gonna really fight or put anybody down. Oh, thank you guys. Yeah, the endurance. Well, back in my day, when I started streaming, Gabe and I were doing 6 days a week, and we were doing 8 hours a day. If I remember right, Serenity was here for a lot of it. Maybe even Saphira too. But yeah, for a while before I got my giant backlog of art that I've got now, we were doing 6 days a week, 8 hours a day. But we were starting really late too. I think Gabe and I would start at 9 p.m. sometimes and just go till like 3 a.m. We were on a very different schedule at that time. Very different. Much different than now. Now it's like I want to stream a little bit earlier so I can hit my overseas folks. And Serenity's in Germany, but Serenity is a night owl, so that helps. Exactly, yeah. Oh, Sophia, oh no. Who's legal age? Oh, okay. I got confused what we were talking about. Seriously, Canada to US people just feels like this magical place. I can't even explain it. It just seems like this really crazy place that exists in myth and only a few people are allowed to live there. I like streaming on Instagram Live too, but that one... It bothers me a little bit just because there's not as much intimate communication. Like when people are talking, they can't easily chat with each other, and there's only like 3 messages at a time you can see. It's kind of, I don't know, it feels way too much about the person streaming. Like it feels more like it's for people that don't communicate really with their audience and they just stream, you know? And it's not really meant for talking really or having conversations. Where at least Twitch and YouTube feel like they're catered for that sort of thing. But Instagram Live just feels like I'm doing this thing, you can watch it if you want to, and not so much like, hey, let's hang out. Like I feel like I should do more with Instagram Live because a few people, when I've done it, they've been like, oh my god, it's the best. But I feel bad. I feel like I can't actually talk to them a lot of the time. And then I considered doing IG live streams while I'm streaming on Twitch and YouTube. And I could do it. All I have to do is just hook up my phone right there, but I don't know. People just come and go out of that like it's like I feel more like a busker when I'm doing that. Like I'm on the side of the road and people are just kind of walking by and being like, oh yeah, cool, there's that. Here it feels like you came to sit down with me and, you know, we're at a coffee shop and we're drawing together or something. Feels totally different. Totally different vibe. Is there anybody here who watches IG live streams pretty religiously or anything? Like, do you have anything to add to that? Do you feel that way? How do you deal with it? Working and lurking. Yeah, it's horrible to chat on, isn't it, Serenity? Yeah, Cat, that's true. I could do that. So, Blue, that's the other thing. Finding people, like having the Explore tab on Twitch, it's so much easier for people to find you. I get so many more people just coming through when I'm streaming here as opposed to IG Live, because IG Live, it's just saying you're live to your people, your followers. And it doesn't really work for getting new people. Like, yeah, there's an Explore tab. Yeah, they could find you, but there's no big hub where people are looking through to find people. And even if they were, they're putting the people with big followers at the top of that list. So anybody with 10K or less is probably not getting that kind of viewership or that, exploration. So yeah, they sometimes have schedules, Sophira. I've seen a good amount of people with them, but I don't know. And then it's kind of like calling out lurkers too, because when you enter an IG Live, it says who's joined the chat. So it's like somebody comes in the room, oh, Cloverkin just entered the chat, and it's like, oh, they all know I'm here now, and then you feel kind of obligated to talk. So I feel like there's some people that avoid them because of that it calls them out. I don't know. Yeah, Facebook Live too, same thing. It's weird. It just broadcasts to people you have and not good at getting new people, Oh yeah, Beth, interject all you want. If anybody ever has a question and I'm on some sort of tirade, just interrupt me. It's totally fine. Seriously, I'd rather have questions. These pieces have pencil, then marker, then pastels, pencil once again. Basically, for the most part. So honestly, what I did do originally is, let me take this out and try not to tip anything over. Okay, let me see if I can show you this. So I do it with pencil, and I mean sometimes I do it traditionally with pencil. Most of the time I'm a traditional artist, though I do digital as well, but don't give me this crap right now. But right now, for this one, I had done these oh god, can't even see that. I'd done these digitally first. So because I had 4 of them and I wanted them all to be basically exactly the same except the season changing, right? So doing that traditionally just would have been a pain in the ass. An absolute pain in the ass. It would have taken 3 times as long. Just because you'd have to trace things and everything, so bleh. So I actually did all these sketches digitally first, figured out everything first, and then I printed it out on the paper I was going to use, and I did it at kind of a lighter opacity. So it kind of acts like pencil then, and then I can cover it up with marker. So I actually went digital sketches, print, marker, pastel, pencil. And then, yeah. How big is the space on your iPad? This is a small one. I think this is a 10-inch. Gabe's got the next one up, which I think is an 11 or 12-inch. But I don't need much space here on this one. My XP pen tablet, the one that I actually draw on, that's a monitor, that one's like 21. But before that, I had a Cintiq, a really old Cintiq from like 2008. I had it up until 2 years ago. So probably for about a decade, I had this Cintiq. And it lasted a long time, but I knew that the next tablet I was going to get was going to be not a Wacom one. So I ended up getting an XP pen, and Gabe has a Huion, and we're both very happy with both brands. They're fine. Honestly, if you're looking to get some sort of, screen tablet, anything nowadays is kind of good. And if you're not an industry professional or whatever, getting a knockoff brand is more than sufficient. You don't need anything too crazy. But yeah, so for a lot of stuff nowadays, I will sketch it digitally, and then I'll print it out on whatever paper I'm going to use. Last week's piece was sketched digitally and then inked digitally, and then printed on hot press watercolor paper and then watercolored traditionally. So I find that's the best way I like to work now, and my husband actually taught me how to do a lot of that because I wasn't really clear on the printing part. But since you use an inkjet for it, it's kind of nice because then the mediums you use on top of it usually kind of blur it out. Like if it's watercolor, it ends up just kind of fading back, and then you can line it again. And then for the marker, it kind of absorbs it there too, so it's pretty nice. It's like almost 10 o'clock here, so I'm actually gonna probably go stop streaming. That's what I was trying to say. I'm tired. I gotta eat. Last time I ate was probably 1:30. So like 8 hours ago. So I gotta eat again. But I forgot what I was saying. Yeah, I'll probably go in like 15 minutes. So if anybody has any other things they want to talk about, 15 minutes, and I'm gonna peace out. Yeah, the line art, right? Yes. So my intention is that the line art does fade out. At least in this case. Sometimes if I line it really nicely, digitally, then I will print it really heavy. So it's really dark, and so it can't fade. This way I want it to fade, because then I go back in with my pencil and I can adjust the widths and everything, because I know when I'm doing it traditionally, it's just going to get covered up. So it's kind of like, why ink it nicely digitally if I know it's just going to get covered up anyway? So a lot of the time I'll just, and then redo it later. But if I really want some nice, clean line art from Clip Studio, which is my program, I love Clip Studio. The stabilizer is unmatched. No other art program, even Procreate. Procreate can't hold a candle to this stabilizer. Anyway, if I'm going to use that to ink my stuff, I absolutely want it just all the way, like, opaque. Oh, I love it. It's great. I just wish it had certain elements that Photoshop had for more technical things like printing and print profiles and all those things. I wish it was more easy to figure out than, because Photoshop, it's a little bit easier to, put together like books and things like that, more printed mediums. For digital art though, I love Clip Studio, it's great. But when I'm doing my actual putting together my books and doing prints, I bring everything over to Photoshop. I even mainly color in Photoshop still, but for the most part, actually nowadays I'm coloring a lot in Clip Studio. So like for all of these things, I make sure I do all of this in Clip Studio so that I can actually give the video to my patrons so they can see the entire process of how I think of these and then how I color them, everything. Like, you'll see the entire process from sketching them out of nowhere. So you can see where I screwed up a lot in the beginning. It's pretty fun. I'm fine with that. Seriously. It depends. Yeah, it can be depending on what you're using it for, I guess. But for the most part, I think it's pretty superior. But then again, it totally depends on what you need it for. Different programs are going to be good for different things. Is that sufficient, Beth? Did that help at all? Do you need any more? I'd be happy to tell you more. Just let me know. Oh, black graphite. So it's actually a Col-Erase pencil. You can see it says Col-Erase here. This is a Prismacolor Col-Erase. So Isabel, I have actually a post I can send you. Let me see if I can grab it easily. since you're a patron, I can link you to this and you'll just be able to go right to it. I just gotta find it. Ah, damn it, I need to sign in. Oh. Let me sign in. Oh, you're welcome, Beth. Anytime. Anytime. I am more than happy to answer people's questions. The only caveat is sometimes if you ask me, it might take me a day or two to get back to you, but I will gladly get back to you about it. I don't have a ton of people DMing me on the internet or anything like that, so if you ever have a question, feel free. I mean, as long as I am not too busy to answer, I will absolutely answer. Okay. Tutorial. Toned paper tools. Here is the post for the toned paper tools I usually use, and links. So this has... Wait, where's my pencil? White microns, upgrade brush markers. Oh, that actually does not say. Why did I not put that in? Okay, well, whatever. Here. So if anybody's wondering about my tone tools, here's my tone tools. Yeah, I pinned it on Patreon. There you go. Yeah, I'm gonna put it here too. And then here's the paint palette post. Picking a paint palette. And then for some reason the tone tools one doesn't have the actual pencil that I'm talking about, so it might be below my video though. God damn it. I have so many things in so many places. I don't even know what is what. Yes! Oh my god. Okay. So below the video, if you're on a computer, I'm tired. There's a link for Col-Erase pencils. But if you look up, you can just buy, oh, that's violet. I'm looking for brown. You can just buy a whole pack of just one color, typically. But don't get the Varathins. The Col-Erase are nice because they're still pretty soft. So if you, God, I can't even find it. What the hell? But anyway, I get a 12 pack of brown pencils. And they last me a good long while. Terracotta, get out of here. No. Anyway, my husband usually uses pinks, purples, and blues for his, but I just mainly use this brown. Seriously, all I buy is the brown. The white and the black do not get. I 100% do not get it. You will regret it, I swear to God. Don't get the Col-Erase brown and white. Or black and white. Get the Col-Erase brown. If you're gonna get black and white, get the Prismacolor Premier black and white. They're soft. Okay, they're not erasable, even though they are, but they're softer. The Varathins are really, really hard lead. You can't really erase them, and they're really thin. But this is a brown, and this helps keep my pieces, like, warm. A lot of people think it's black, but it's actually just a brown, and it keeps them warm because it's on toned paper. If you're using white paper, maybe use a black, but if you do use a black, remember to use, here, this one. It says Premier. This is a good black to get. Because it's soft, you can still erase it to a point. And yeah, they shade pretty soft. It's pretty nice. No, backwards. So, Col-Erase brown. and then Premier white and black. All of the Premier is good. Premiers are all very nice and like soft. The Coal Erase though has waxy black and white. You don't want those. They're awful. They're like crayons. They're really, really waxy. I hate them. I think they're awful. And there's a couple other ones in the color pack that, honestly, you could probably get a full color pack. There is a link below the video. I think it's unavailable right now, but you can still search it for a full pack of the colors. And if you're wanting to experiment, go for it. Use different color outlines for different things. You know, if you're doing fish, maybe use a blue. You know, something like that. You don't always have to ink with black. It took me years to realize that. So I'm helping right now by telling you, don't always have to ink with black. But yeah, if you want more colorful pieces, that's definitely a great place to start. Make sure your lines are a different color. And like I said, my husband usually uses like reds, pinks, blues. He's all over the place. He loves colorful stuff. And for anybody who's wondering what his stuff looks like, I guess this whole time I didn't even share his stuff. Those are all his socials. And then mine are below the video, whatever. So you can find his stuff. But he's a comic artist. He does a lot of comic stuff. Okay. Do a couple more things on this and then we should be good. I think I'd rather have this be dark, actually. See, so I'm erasing this, and this is not a Coal Erase, this is just a Premier. So it's nice that you can erase the Premiers. But his whole feed is basically gonna be reels right now, and they're pretty good though, honestly. And I know I'm biased, obviously, but if he did suck at stuff, I would totally tell you. I would tell him too. But a lot of his videos are actually pretty helpful. There are a lot of things that when we used to dual stream together, we would absolutely talk about these things all the time, about like how you should actually level up your canvas size. If you're doing like 9x12s and you're having trouble with those, start smaller. Or like when you're picking out mediums, how to do that. He had one recently about perspective and how to do like a skewed perspective, and it's great. And I'm gonna start a tutorial thing soon too. That's like, it was like 10-second tutorials, and I started making all these cute. Here, I'll show you. Some of you have probably seen these already, but whatever. Here's more of it. But like, we're gonna start just doing some more of this stuff. But he does it because he's, you know, he's getting paid for it too, so why not? But these things. So I'm gonna be doing little, like Cloverkin, like not tutorials exactly, but they're like pep talks. Things like that. So it should be actually pretty cute. I'm excited to do them. Hopefully I can start doing them soon. But yeah, anyway. But yeah, check out his videos because, like I said, he's got some good advice. And if it was bad, I would tell you. Oh, this one? Because this, when you're working with pastels, you get a lot of pastel powder on you. So this is just my drawing hand. So I have a whole bunch of these, but it's honestly because A, my hands sweat a lot. They get real greasy and weird. I'm a gross girl, I don't know. So I don't want my hand oils to get all over all of my stuff. So this really helps with that. And then like if I've got things here, it helps from not spreading it everywhere, right? I mean, you could take a piece of paper too and like, you know, put it on the side and then put your hand here and draw like this. But I'm kind of an idiot and I wouldn't move it around probably. So having it attached to my hand makes it so I don't screw up that much more. This is not a fashion statement by any means. It is just because I'm a dork and I don't I can't keep my hands out of my mediums, I guess. Hopefully that helps Beth. Yeah, I would smear the color all over the paper and hand sweat. My hands used to sweat a lot, especially if I was nervous during a stream when I first started. When I first started streaming, I was pretty nervous a lot, but I don't get nervous anymore. I don't know, if it's hot in here, my hands will sweat. So I'm just trying to protect the piece. That's all. It's definitely more function than fashion. Every time? Oh man, then you gotta get on this train. I've actually tried a bunch of gloves and these ended up being my favorites. I got these on Amazon. They are just like, I think they're just I gotta wash these things. This is all just brown coal erase and pastels. Look at that. Actually, I think I did wash these too. Oh, maybe not this one. But yeah, I just got a bunch of fingerless gloves on Amazon, and you know, you could use an old sock if you want. If you don't think that's too gross, wash it a couple times, probably fine, inside and out, and just cut a hole in it. Cut the end off. If you got like high crew cut socks, these would be great. I think I might do that after this, actually. Yeah, I might just start doing that. That'd be better. Save some money. Work smarter, not harder. But yeah, if that's your problem, then you gotta work around it, right? So however you can. So I used to do the cutting the fingers off. If you look at my earlier videos, like when I first started, when you were around, Saphira, I was doing that. And I don't know if you remember or not, but my hand sweat like 3 times as much with those. Way too hot. Way too hot. And then I switched to having a fingerless glove where I cut off all of this except for 2 fingers. And that one just got really awkward because this was all open and it just, I don't know, it got really weird. This one has enough ventilation, but also keeps my hand warm in the winter, and then also has that issue. They're not good for anything. Oh no, cat. Oh no. But yeah, if your hands are usually cold, you could probably get away with the finger cutoffs like Saphira said. But if you got sweaty hands like I do, yeah. They're clammy a lot of the time. I don't know. Not as bad as when I used to live in a basement, but still once in a while. Alright. Well, it's 10 p.m. now. So, we're going to end very shortly. Anybody have anything else they want to talk about? I always say I'm going to try to stream in the next week, and I always do think of times and like, oh, should I stream now? Can I stream now? And usually the answer is no, because I'm doing something else. So if I can, I will. Probably won't be with my camera though, just because I don't have the time to make myself up all the time I stream. But Saturdays I will try, and Saturdays I will be streaming, so unless I get really behind on work. I'd have to be really behind though. This one still has a little ways to go. Not quite there yet. So, here is Summer so far. I'm almost done with these. I'll be happy to send these to her. So there's that one. So it goes Summer, Fall, That one feels nice. Winter. That one's nice too. I'm not too shabby with that. And then spring. I should have done this in the order that the it happens, but This one doesn't have any pastels on it. I just realized that, so I have to go back and do some, like, putting some yellow in some of these areas, like up here. This will need to get popped a lot more. Then I'll want to take this green probably too. Go back through here. This will remind me to pop the rest of the colors. Otherwise, if I don't put some of this on here, I'm gonna forget. Yeah. And then I'll probably make this a lot more yellow too, around the sun. Something like this. Yeah. Sort of. Okay. And then I've got my doctor appointment on Tuesday, so I guess hopefully by next Saturday I'll be able to tell you what's wrong with me. See what's happening. Oh, thank you guys. I'm glad you like them all. I like winter too. They are not done. No, Saphira, not yet. I'd say if I had to give these kind of a all-around percentage, they're probably at about 75 each. I still want to do a little bit more with the line work and pumping some areas, and especially like putting in some speck highlights. Like this one still is going to get some snow, I think. Like I'll probably go around and actually do this thing. Because I have to have snowflakes if it's winter. I know it's sunny out. I don't give a crap. It's going to be snowing. Because snow is magical and all that junk needs some snow. So it'll be covered with snow, and then I'll kind of match some more things in here. Like I said, I'll probably do this too. So it's a little bit more punched on all of them. Instead of just, you know, what it was. So it looks a bit more in your face. Oh, thank you, Beth. I'm glad you adore it. I was thinking too, maybe I could make them into a cute little print set. And if she's okay with it, I don't make anything into a product unless I talk to people. Kat knows this. But I would like to, because they're pretty alright. I could do that. Kat. Okay, so I wish us all a very happy week, and I hope if anybody else has any doctor appointments like I do or anything like that, I hope it turns out well for you and me, and I hope we make it out okay. So I wish you a very happy week. Yeah, I can see if anybody's on. Lucian, thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate that, and for joining my Patreon. Thank you so much. So much. I don't have anybody on again. See, I gotta start watching other streams so I can actually go raid people. Because seriously. Or I just have to pressure more people into streaming. I have a lot of friends that stream, they're just never on. Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it. Kat, thank you. Oh, thank you so much. I hope you had fun, alright? I'll see you next time. See you Saturday or earlier, okay? Okay, have a good week. Bye!